Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Greek Mythology. From Dewdrops to Gods. Part 1. Before her eyes was boundless darkness, accompanied by a sensation of infinite compression and suffocating pressure that threatened to shatter her. There was no light, no sound, only a viscosity and oppression so heavy it drove one to madness. She wanted to scream, but could not produce a sound. She wanted to struggle, but could not feel the existence of her limbs. It was as if she were sunk 10,000 meters deep in the ocean, and then buried into the deepest mantle of the earth. Countless chaotic fragments of thought collided within her consciousness. Those were the memories belonging to another world, an ordinary girl from a modern society. Skyscrapers, bustling traffic, the cold text of Greek mythology and books. All of this flashed by, only to be ruthlessly crushed and overridden by a more ancient, more majestic, and more concrete grief and pain. This grief did not belong to her, yet it was becoming her. It came from the boundless earth beneath her feet, from deep within the divine body of Mother Earth, Gaia. It was not simple sadness, but a form of extreme suffering, both emotional and physical, born from being forcibly invaded, violently stuffed, and betrayed and oppressed by those closest to her. When the consciousness of Dacria completely connected with the pain of Gaia, she was instantly dragged into the eternal torture unfolding deep within the earth. The divine body of Gaia, that warm, fertile soil that should have nurtured life, had now become a living prison. She could clearly feel the frantic struggle of the three hecatoncheires and the three cyclops deep within her mantle. That was no simple writhing, but a collision like the collapsing of mountains and the splitting of the earth. Every strike of the Cyclops made the continental plates tremble in silence, and the silent roar of the 50 heads of the hecatoncheires stirred the violent boiling of the magma at the Earth's core. These children she had once nurtured with love were now, with every instinctive struggle for survival, causing internal explosions against their mother's divine body. New mountain ranges were forced to rise in agony, and bottomless rifts were torn open in despair. More terrifying than this physical tearing was the pervasive sensation of suffocation. The divine power of Uranus turned into cold walls of bronze, squeezing Gaia from all directions and sealing her tightly. This sky god executed the sealing with an absolute, unquestionable will, as he listened to the wailing of Gaia in his divine sense and watched the earth twist and deform due to the internal struggle, yet he always maintained the indifference of the firmament. This was not frenzied destruction, but the ultimate coldness that objectified all things. He sealed his own offspring deep within the body of the earth, solely to maintain his unchallengeable rule. Just at the moment when this pain and humiliation reached its peak, a single tear, carrying all the struggle, suffocation, and indignation, slid down the invisible face of Mother Earth. It penetrated the rock layers, condensing brilliance within a rift. Dacria was born here. She was born at this very moment of unspeakable misfortune. She was a single tear condensed from the extreme grief of Mother Earth as she endured this inhuman torture, caused by pain, anger, and the desecration of her motherhood. She was the living proof of this, the first and deepest crime of the divine realm. Like the first ray of light at the dawn of the universe, the shell that imprisoned her, composed of pure pain, suddenly shattered. Information from the outside world flooded into her newborn perception like a bursting dam. She saw, not with eyes, but with the divine perception of a deity. Above her was the oppressive, seemingly solidified bronze firmament, Father Sky Uranus, who was the very source of the pain. Beneath her was the vast, boundless body of the earth, which was currently enduring the suffering of having its offspring sealed within. She was positioned above a rock rift torn open by the intense internal pain. This was the wound of Mother Earth. She lowered her head and saw herself for the first time. She hovered above that painful rift, her body emitting a pure and compassionate shimmer from within, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding darkness and pain. A seamless, flowing dress, like a living thing, rippled quietly around her, its color the purest gray-white of pre-dawn, as if attempting to cleanse this filth. At the hem of her dress, tiny dew constantly formed and rolled off, dripping onto the rock below, causing that surface, twisted by pain, to instantly sprout a small patch of tender moss emitting an aura of peaceful healing. She raised her hand, a hand that was nearly perfect, glowing with a lustrous sheen. Her fingers were slender, and her skin possessed a translucent, luminous white, like the finest mud-and-fat jade, or perhaps the morning frost, where one could faintly see the pale blue, vein-like divine power pathways beneath. Those were the paths where the tears flowed. Her long hair was like moonlight washed by tears, a nearly transparent silver white, moving without wind, flowing behind her. Enveloped in the strands was an eternal mist carrying the moisture of sadness, with countless tiny, real dew dotted within, like stars falling into the Milky Way, each drop reflecting a fragment of sealed memory. With a slight shift of her mind, a smooth water mirror naturally condensed in the void before her. The mirror reflected an unfamiliar face. Pure, eternal, but the most soul-stirring part was those eyes, a pair of silver blue eyes like the deepest, clearest lake. Deep within them lay the accumulated pain of the sealed giants and the humiliation of Gaia, originating from the Mother of Earth. The water shimmered, as if it might shed tears at any moment, yet miraculously maintained a calmness and firmness after discerning all sorrow. She understood. The past was now behind her. The history that belonged to her and the burden of Dacria were now perfectly fused. At this moment, born from the grief of Mother Earth's suffering and the imprisonment of the giants, awakening under the tyranny of the sky, was Dacria, the witness to shame and pain, and also the healing and hope that transcended it all. She landed gently, and the moment her bare feet touched the cold rock, a torrent of emotions, far more complex and heavier than before, flooded back. The struggle and suffocation of the offspring imprisoned deep within the earth, and the helpless anger of Gaia. She looked up at the suffocating sky that had inflicted all of this. She knew where this oppression came from, and she knew it would eventually end, and she was the starting point of it all. A brand new will burned fiercely within this divine body composed of tears of suffering. She raised her hand, and a drop of dew, exceptionally crystalline and seemingly sealing a miniature storm within, condensed at her fingertip. I have heard, she said softly, her voice like a clear spring penetrating through rock, ethereal and carrying the power to cleanse all things. Your pain, your shame, I inherit. Your wounds, from the inside out, I shall bring healing. This was both a promise to Mother Earth Gaia and a declaration of her own divine destiny. The dew dripped from her fingertip, seeping into the rift that represented the source of the pain. The first tear, carrying all the original sins, had fallen. And the story of Dacria, the goddess of dew and tears, was only just beginning. Uranus had departed. The omnipresent, suffocating pressure of the sky dissipated like a receding tide, yet it left no tranquility behind, only a stillness and fragmentation baptized by violence. The warm earth, which once nurtured myriad lives, now seemed like a giant canvas that had been crumpled and torn. Gullies crisscrossed the land, mountains were forced to rise in twisted, painful postures, and the air was filled with the scorching scent of dust and burnt divine power. Yet, deeper than this devastation were the constant, throbbing pulses emanating from within the earth, the hopeless struggles of the imprisoned giants, the unhealable internal wounds of Gaia's divine body, and the dull thudding sounds like the mournful groans of the world's core slowly shattering. Dacria stood beside the deep fissure where she was born, her bare feet feeling not the solidity of the earth, but waves of spasmodic pain emanating from it. The earth was sobbing in a low voice, every ravine was a silent accusation, and every shattered rock was solidified with despair. She gazed at these wounds. Fragments of memory from a distant, blurred past allowed her to understand the root of this pain, while the divine essence belonging to Dacria made her feel that pain is her own. An instinctual impulse surged within her. She had to do something, even if her power, compared to the wounds of the Earth Mother, was as insignificant as dust. She slowly crouched down, placing her pale, almost transparent palm gently upon the cold, rough rock, which was covered in sharp, jagged edges. She closed her silver blue eyes and immersed her entire consciousness into the source of her nascent, faint divine power, that clear, sorrowful strength born from tears. There were no incantations, no grand rituals, she simply guided that power, just as one would guide a dew about to drip from the tip of a leaf, seeping it from her palm with extreme slowness and caution. At first, nothing happened. Her divine power was too minuscule, like a drop of water cast into a parched desert, instantly swallowed up. But she did not give up. She recalled the essence of being dew, not a powerful impact, but a continuous permeation and a gentle covering. She no longer tried to repair, but attempted to moisten and connect. Finally, a barely perceptible sensation of moisture began to spread beneath her palm. It was not ordinary water, but divine dew containing a faint vitality. It did not flow in a gush, but like the finest morning mist, quietly seeped into the dry, cracked crevices of the rock, caressing those jagged, sharp edges torn apart by violence. Miraculously, where that cool, moist divine power swept, the sharp edges of the rock seemed to be gently stroked by an invisible hand, gradually becoming rounded and smooth. Deep within the fissure, the restless, frantic aura belonging to the giants seemed to be slightly dampened by this water vapor, which carried a sense of tranquility and compassion. The dull thudding sounds eased, if only for an imperceptible moment. This change was extremely subtle. Compared to the vast wounds suffered by Gaia's massive divine body, this solace was like trying to fill a vast ocean with a single dew. It could not eliminate the pain, could not liberate the imprisoned giants, and could not even cause the smallest fissure to close. Yet, this attempt itself, this gentle touch born of understanding and empathy, was something unprecedented in this world, which was ruled by the absolute will and cold violence of Uranus. A low sigh, as if mountains were shifting, resonated deep within Dacria's consciousness. This sigh contained endless exhaustion, yet it still carried the thick, majestic foundation unique to a primordial deity. My child. Gaia's will was conveyed clearly. Although weak, it was not intermittent, every word carried the echo of the earth. I have felt your comfort, a peculiar coolness that is calming that scorching pain. Dacria looked up, her gaze seemingly able to pierce through the rock layers to look directly at the sleeping consciousness of the Mother Goddess. I bear your tears, Mother. Your pain is my origin. My power is meager, and I can only hope to lighten your burden in this way. You were born from my deepest pain, yet you have brought a tranquility I had not anticipated. A trace of complex emotion flowed through Gaia's intent. There was sadness, there was hatred, but more than that, it was a sense of scrutiny and surprise. Uranus has left indelible scars, not only on this divine body, but also on the children imprisoned within me. But life itself is the greatest resistance, Mother. Dacria tapped her fingertip, and a few crystalline dews rolled down, landing precisely beside the remnants of grass roots on several patches of scorched earth. Under the nourishment of the divine dew, those nearly withered grass roots actually burst forth with a touch of new green at a speed visible to the naked eye. You see, even upon the ruins of despair, life has never truly ceased. Pain is real, but hope is also rooted within your bloodline. These words caused the Earth Mother's will to fall into a brief silence. That silence was not one of weakness, but one that contained myriad thoughts, just as the earth bears all things. After a long while, Gaia's voice sounded again. The affection shining through her majesty became clearer, yet it also carried an unmistakable, deep weariness. You are unique, my child of tears. You possess a kind of insight and tranquility that transcends this moment. Her voice was like fading thunder, still powerful, yet signaling the arrival of silence. I am too weary. Resisting the oppression of the sky and enduring the torment within has exhausted my energy. I need to sleep, a long slumber to accumulate strength. Dacria could feel that grand consciousness slowly receding, as unstoppable as the arrival of nightfall. During my slumber, Gaia's will was like a final entrustment, clear and solemn. This earth is entrusted to you. Walk upon my body, and use your way to healing and to protect. Your path shall be different from mine. A warm and majestic will, like a final embrace and acknowledgement, enveloped Dacria. This was not a transfer of power, but a connection of bloodlines and the bestowal of responsibility. This entrustment from the mother of the world made her nascent divinity feel an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and clarity. I understand, Mother. Dacria responded solemnly. I will do my best. There is no need to seek me out deliberately. When you need to, and when you are strong enough, you will naturally be able to perceive my existence. Gaia's voice grew softer and softer, as if merging into the depths of the earth's veins. Go, my child. The lingering sounds faded into nothingness. The painful throbbing of the earth beneath her feet remained, but that clear, grand consciousness of the Mother Goddess had faded away, sinking into a dreamless rest. A mix of responsibility and faint loneliness rose within Dacria's heart. She was no longer a child dependent on her mother, but the temporary guardian of this sleeping earth. She stood still for a moment, and finally, slowly looked up, her gaze fixed firmly on the vast and shattered world in the distance. The last trace of confusion from her birth had completely dissipated from her eyes, as if washed clean by a clear spring, leaving only a serene silver blue. Sleep well, mother. She whispered to the silent earth beneath her feet, as if making a sacred vow, may your pain be soothed in your slumber. And I, with this body, shall walk my own path. As her words fell, her figure transformed into a clear stream of water. Without the slightest hesitation, she glided lightly and firmly across the scarred earth, traveling toward the unknown distance. Behind her, at the edge of the fissure that had birthed her, a patch of emerald moss, nourished by her divine power, was tenaciously expanding its territory, like the first stroke of vitality she had personally painted upon the gray background. Gaia had fallen into a deep slumber, but her pain did not vanish. Instead, it transformed into a low, background hum, eternally reverberating at the foundation of the world. Dacria, the newborn goddess of dew and tears, began her lonely yet resolute pilgrimage. She was not wandering aimlessly, but following her divine instinct, heading toward those regions where the pain was most intense and the scars were deepest. Her steps were light, and her flowing gown brushed against the scorched earth, leaving behind faint, moist trails. She walked among the newborn mountain ranges, twisted and raised by the struggles of the giants, sharp as blades. The land here was filled with a violent aura, the rocks were scorching, and the stench of sulfur spewed from the fissures. Dacria extended her fingers, and fine dew seeped from her fingertips. They did not fall at random, but rather, as if possessed of life, drifted precisely toward the most restless fissures. The dew seeped in, there was no earth-shattering change, but the incessant, scorching heat seemed to be infused with a hint of coolness, and the silently roaring, chaotic will seemed slightly soothed by this gentle moisture, becoming less jarring. She could not calm the rising of the mountains, that was the direct manifestation of the giant's power and the Earth Mother's pain, but what she could do was make this process of birth a little less violent and a little more peaceful, as if being accepted. She realized that her healing was not about opposing the pain itself, but about introducing a variable of tranquility into the existence of pain, like dropping a small piece of calm ice into roaring flames. She traversed the bottomless canyons torn apart by the divine power of Uranus. Here, the despair of abandonment permeated the air, and the wind let out a whimpering wail as it passed through the gorge. Dacria paused, her silver blue eyes gazing into the abyss. She did not attempt to fill it, for that was beyond her divine power. She only sighed softly, and in that sigh lay an understanding and compassion for this wound. With her sigh, crystalline dew began to condense on the steep, rubble-strewn edges of the canyon. This dew flowed slowly, washing away the dust and nourishing the tenacious spores and lichens occasionally found in the crevices of the rocks. Gradually, those rock walls that were originally only the gray of death began to be dotted with specks of green and occasionally, extremely tiny yet softly colored flowers. They clung to the scars, proving life and beauty in a humble yet tenacious way, showing that even in the deepest despair, one can still find a foothold. Dacria understood that she could not erase the scars, but she could change the face of the scars, allowing them to carry a trace of life beyond the pain. This was her divine duty, not to erase, but to transform and carry. Her actions were far from earth-shaking. There were no miracles of moving mountains or turning seas, only the day after day, extremely subtle nourishment and comfort. The paths she walked did not immediately turn into paradise, but in those places, the air became a little fresher, the violent ley line energy became a little gentler, and the seeds of life found it easier to take root. In this process, her understanding of her own divinity deepened day by day. She realized that, dew, was not a symbol of weakness or transience. On the contrary, it was precisely because it was insignificant that it could penetrate everywhere, seeping into the tiniest of fissures. It was precisely because it cycled endlessly, condensing from water vapor, nourishing all things, and eventually evaporating to return, that it symbolized eternal hope and enduring strength. Every sunset, she watched the bits of green she had nourished during the day fall silent in the twilight, yet she did not feel discouraged, for she knew that the next morning, new dew would condense again, and new nourishment would begin anew. This was a silent and tenacious cycle, completely different from the grand, earth-shaking heroic epics she knew of in future myths, which so often ended in tragedy. Her tears, divinity was also far more than just sadness. It represented ultimate empathy and true emotional resonance. She could sigh for the pain of the earth and feel joy for the blooming of tenacious life, even if that joy was like a tiny ripple. This resonance was the source of her power, guiding her to the places that needed her most. Her divinity was not an aloof indifference, but a deep immersion and understanding. She arrived at a vast plain that had been completely turned into glass due to the impact of divine power. It was smooth as a mirror, with not a blade of grass growing, reflecting the cold light of the sky, dead silent to the point of being unsettling. There seemed to be nothing here that could be nourished, not even the tiniest fissure existed. For the first time, Dacria felt a sense of bewilderment, not knowing where to begin. She wandered on this glass plain for a long time, and finally, she chose to sit down, right upon this absolute rejection. She did not force her divine power to be released, but closed her eyes, pouring her understanding of the destructive past this land had endured, her insights into her divine duty, and a glimmer of faint hope for the future, all into a single, purest drop of dew that condensed in the palm of her hand. This drop of dew seemed to carry all of her divinity, with a faint light flowing inside, as if it contained a miniature world. She leaned down and, with great solemnity, let the drop of dew fall onto the mirror-smooth glass surface. The dew did not seep in immediately, but rolled across the glass surface, leaving an extremely fine, moist trail. Just as it was about to evaporate, at the spot where the trail passed, a speck of green, almost impossible to detect with the naked eye, like stardust, quietly flashed for a moment, then vanished. This bit of green was so faint that it was fleeting, perhaps even just an illusion of light and shadow. But Dacria saw it. A realization welled up in her heart. Her healing did not necessarily have to act upon existing life, it could even be a kind of awakening of possibility, planting a seed of being within absolute nothingness. This seed might take 1,000 or 10,000 years to germinate, but its very existence was the most powerful rebuttal to the dead silence. She stood up and continued her journey, her heart becoming clearer and more resolute. She was no longer just a bystander soothing scars, she was becoming a part of the world's reshaping, in an extremely gentle yet immensely enduring way. What she sprinkled was not just dew, but memory, the remembrance of pain, understanding, the tolerance of trauma, and hope, the belief in life. On a particularly fresh dawn, as the night was about to fade, Dacria stood on a vast wasteland that had once been scorched by divine power, guiding the water vapor in the morning light to condense into life-bearing dew, sprinkling it over a colony of tenacious, charred moss emerging from the ground. Her expression was focused, and a tranquil, compassionate shimmer of divine power flowed around her. Just then, On the eastern horizon, the golden chariot that dispersed the night and brought light every day was being driven across the sky by Hemera, the noble goddess of day. Usually, Hemera's gaze would only sweep over the macro-scale mountains and oceans, confirming the contours of the world and fulfilling her day-to-day duties. But today, a hint of something unusual caught her eye. On that land that should have been only dead silence and scorched earth, she saw a faint yet exceptionally pure glow. She slowed the speed of her chariot, her golden eyes filled with a hint of curiosity as she cast her gaze downward. She saw that strange, slender deity. She saw how she was so careful, as if cherishing the most precious treasure, precisely dropping those crystalline dewdrops onto the humble moss. She saw how the nourished moss, with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, radiated a fuller vitality. That touch of green appeared so precious and striking against the gray background. Hemera had seen countless magnificent sights and had witnessed the power and majesty of the gods, yet she had rarely seen such delicate and persistent behavior. This strange deity was not creating, nor was she conquering, she was simply repairing, using a method that was almost clumsy and required endless patience. More importantly, as the goddess who accompanied the dawn every day, Hemera understood Dew better than any other deity. She immediately sensed that those were not natural morning dews, but embodiments containing pure divine power, their essence faintly resonating with the legend of her own birth from tears. Ah! Hemera whispered in her heart, and a faint yet genuine appreciation crossed her face, which was as radiant as the morning sun. So it is you, Gaia's child of tears. Are you actually using this method to soothe your mother's scars? She did not descend, nor did she make a sound to disturb her. For this ancient goddess who held dominion over the day and light, too much attention was sometimes a burden. She simply, on that day, let the radiance of the dawn linger for an insignificant moment longer over that wasteland, allowing that warm yet non-scorching light, like a silent encouragement, to gently drape over Dacria and the moss she had just nourished. Dacria, who was focused on her work, suddenly felt the light surrounding her become warmer and more genial, as if carrying an indescribable approval. She looked up as if sensing something, gazing toward the glorious sky, only to see the fading silhouette of the golden chariot and the increasingly brilliant morning light spilled across the earth. A subtle feeling of being seen arose in her heart. It was not surveillance, but a gentle gaze from a higher dimension. This feeling was fleeting, yet it injected a warm current into her lonely journey. She did not know that it was Hemera, but she knew that her work was not completely without response. This silent witness made her heart even more tranquil and resolute. Sunrises and moonsets passed, and who knew how much time had gone by. The footprints of Dacria's journey gradually outlined invisible yet real paths of healing upon this trauma-ridden land. On these paths, pain still existed, but it was no longer so pure and despairing. Life was still difficult, but it had gained a measure of blessed resilience. She was still that deity of minor divine power, but she began to feel that her own subtle power of healing, accumulated from the act of nourishing, was slowly growing, deeply merging with her insights into her primordial divinity of dew and tears. This power did not come from a gift from the outside, but from her every sincere act of comfort, her every deep resonance with the world. It was like a trickling stream. Though not torrential, it gathered continuously, flowing within her, waiting for the day when the name of her divine duty, truly belonging to her, would be recognized by the world. And that day, perhaps, was in the not-too-distant future, when she would establish a deeper connection with the land she walked upon. Her epic was being written in the quietest way, on every leaf kissed by dew, and in every scar understood and soothed by tears. Time flowed like a trickling stream, passing silently during Dacria's day-to-day patrols. For the eternal gods, time lost its human scale, marked only by the healing of the earth's scars and the spread of new greenery. Dacria remained lonely. Her footprints covered this world shrouded in initial pain, from the torn canyons in the east to the rising, still trembling mountains in the west, from the glass plains scorched by divine power in the south to the frozen soil hardened by cold in the north. Her work remained subtle, using dew to nourish moss struggling in rock crevices, soothing areas where the earth's veins were restless with life-bearing rain, and using her silent compassion to resonate with and carry the despair of deep valleys. However, quantitative change led to qualitative change. What she cast down was no longer simple dew, but the entirety of her understanding and practice of the concept of healing. Every successful soothing, every injection of vitality back into dying land, was like an invisible mark, deeply branded onto the laws of the world's origin. She began to feel different. Initially, guiding dew required her full concentration, like a mortal using the finest brush to paint. But at some point, this became an instinct. With a slight movement of her mind, the surrounding water vapor would naturally gather, following her will to become the most vitality-rich nectar. She could even feel the deeper veins beneath her feet, those invisible channels flowing with life energy and remnants of pain. She could locate the nodes of trauma more precisely, just as the most brilliant physician senses a lesion. The change occurred on another dawn. She was attempting to purify a piece of land polluted by the tyrannical divine power left behind by Uranus. Here, nothing grew, and even the rocks presented a sickly gray decay. In the past, her dew could only barely disperse a trace of filth, with slow results. But this time, when she concentrated her divine power in her palm, preparing to guide it as usual, there seemed to be a silent thunderclap exploding in the depths of her soul. It was not a sound, but a confirmation, a form of recognition. She saw countless slender, silver-blue filaments of light rising from every inch of land she had walked upon for thousands of years, emerging from every leaf she had saved and every scar whose pain she had smoothed away. These filaments were the record of all her efforts, the purest vitality and gratitude fed back by every tiny existence she had healed. They intertwined and gathered in the void, finally weaving into a complex and sacred rune, a rune she had never seen before, yet understood the meaning of instantly, healing. The godhead of healing was conceived together by her actions and the world's response. It carried the clarity of dew, the tolerance of tears, and the unyielding resilience of life, like a finally ripened fruit, slowly sinking into the core of her godhead. Boom! A vast and gentle power, like a river thawing when spring returns to the earth, instantly filled her originally weak divine body. Her flowing dress became more solid, with inner radiance, and every drop of dew rolling from the hem seemed to contain the mystery of reviving all things. Deep within her silver blue eyes, that calm compassion remained unchanged, yet it gained an unquestionable authority born from the foundation of power. She, Dacria, was at this moment formally recognized by the laws of the world, holding the godhead of healing. Her divine power level also naturally stepped from a minor divine power into the lower rank of a lesser divine power. She was no longer just Gaia's tears, but the god of healing, walking in the world. However, just as she was immersed in the profound moment of her own sublimation, a completely different, vast, and suffocating pressure once again shrouded the entire world. Uranus, the god of the sky, had returned from his realm of eternal rule. Dacria was instantly awakened from her enlightenment, gathering all her newly born divine light and hiding her own existence. She looked up and saw the solidified, bronze-colored firmament slowly pressing down with an irresistible, primitive, and tyrannical will, tightly combining with the sleeping earth once more. There was no warmth, no communication, only pure power coverage and a fusion at the level of laws. The sky covered the earth like an eternal, suffocating embrace. Dacria could clearly feel that the earth's veins beneath her feet, which had been slightly peaceful due to her efforts, were trembling again because of this forced union, and the giants sealed in the depths also sent forth more manic and restless dull thuds. This ritual-like union occurred periodically under Uranus's rule. It was a part of the world's operation, but also one of the roots of Gaia's continuous pain. Dacria could only silently watch. Her newly acquired power was still pitifully small in the face of this primitive sky god's absolute pressure. The only thing she could do was to work harder to smooth away the earth's pain, which was exacerbated after this uncomfortable union ended. This time, the union seemed somewhat different from the past. The sky's divine power was more overbearing, and when the earth endured it, its sleeping will seem to ripple with a deeper, more complex wave, not just pain and humiliation, but seemingly mixed with a hint of brewing intent. In the time that followed, Dacria acutely sensed that Gaia's divine body was undergoing a fundamental change. It was not trauma, but a full, burgeoning vitality gathering and pulsing in the depths of the Earth's veins on an unprecedented scale. The natural energy of the whole world seemed to be flowing back toward the core of the Earth, as if nourishing something. Finally, at a moment when the world's energy reached its peak, Gaia, who had slept for countless years, let out a grand moan that pierced the bottom of the entire world, mixed with pain, relief, and endless exhaustion. Immediately afterward, under the gaze of Dacria and any other ancient existences who might perceive all this, 12 incomparably powerful divine forces of different attributes burst forth from Gaia's divine body like seeds breaking through the soil, shooting straight into the clouds. The first, heavy as a mountain, represented a solid foundation and the passage of time, Oceanus, god of oceans and rivers. The second, deep as the night, contained the wisdom and mysterious power of prophecy, Koios, god of darkness and intellect. Subsequently, light, order, memory, justice, sun, moon, dawn, space-time, life, laws, divine forces representing the basic rules and phenomena of the world emerged one after another, declaring their existence. The 12 Titans were born. At this time they were not yet called Titans, but existed only as the children of Gaia and Uranus. They were not born from tears like Dacria, nor were they imprisoned in pain like the giants. They were the fruit of the forced union between the sky and the earth, born with powerful divine strength and broad divine duties. Upon birth, their divine power level was at least that of a lesser god, middle or even upper rank, and the eldest among them, such as Oceanus, even vaguely touched the threshold of intermediate divine power. Their birth instantly changed the landscape of the world. The world, which originally only had pain, silence, and scattered ancient existences, suddenly became crowded and noisy. Uranus also seemed to reveal a trace of imperceptible apprehension due to the birth of these powerful offspring. Dacria stood in the distance, silently watching the most spectacular scene of divine birth since the creation of the world. She felt an instinctive throb for her newly born, powerful brothers and sisters, but more than that, it was a heavy realization. Her godhead of healing seemed so special at this moment. Her brothers and sisters held the phenomena and power of the world, while she held repair and compensation. Their appearance perhaps meant that this world would face more strife, glory, and trauma. She lowered her head to look at her hands, which were wreathed in gentle healing divine power, and then looked toward the 12 pillars of light that had shot into the sky, declaring the arrival of a new era. Her path seemed to have only truly found its direction from this moment on. The mission of the god of healing was arduous and long. She turned around, no longer watching the newly born glory, but continued to walk toward those corners in the distance that were still immersed in ancient pain and had not been illuminated. Her steps were firmer because of her new godhead, and also more steady because of the ripples she foresaw in the future. The birth of the 12 Titans was like splashing vibrant and magnificent colors onto a silent canvas, instantly changing the fundamental tone of the world. They were born powerful, with divine roles covering the most important aspects of the world's operation, from Oceanus's endless currents to Hyperion's brilliant light, and from Themis's natural jurisprudence to Mnemosyne's eternal memory. They were the orthodox offspring of the union between sky and earth, possessing near-perfect divine bodies and ordered divine essences. However, this orthodoxy did not bring them the favor of the Father of the sky. Instead, it invited deeper apprehension and more precise constraints. Uranus, the sky that covered everything, was not gratified by the excellence of his offspring. On the contrary, when he perceived the vast, boundless divine power of Oceanus's currents, which were almost slipping from his control, when he saw the deep wisdom in Koyos's eyes that could glimpse the threads of fate, and especially when he felt the potential threat within Cronus, whose power over time seemed capable of ending all things, a far more complex and cold emotion than what he felt when facing the manic giants began to fester in that eternal firmament. The power of the giants was chaotic and intuitively perceptible destruction, like a wildfire that could be forcibly extinguished and sealed. But the power of the Titans was of order, of rules, and was the cornerstone upon which the world relied to function. They could not simply be viewed as flaws and stuffed back into the womb. Their very existence was a potential challenge to Uranus's absolute rule, because they were too complete, so complete that they seemed capable of replacing certain established rules, or even, eventually replacing him. Thus, the oppression of the sky descended. This time, it was not the violent devastation directed at Gaia's divine body, but a more suffocating, invisible shackle. It was a cage of rules. With his supreme authority, Uranus set limits for every newborn Titan. He did not strip them of their power, but defined the boundaries of their strength. Oceanus was permitted to possess vast currents, but his river waters were not allowed to flow backward into the realm of the sky, nor to attempt to touch the kingdom above the clouds. Hyperion's brilliance could shine upon the earth, but the source and trajectory of his light had to follow the rhythms established by the sky, without the slightest deviation. Furthermore, it was not permitted for that light to be so scorching that it burned the curtain of the sky. Koyos could explore the mysteries of the world, but his wisdom was not to be used to deduce the fate and weaknesses of the sky itself. Rhea represented the bountiful passage of time, but the life force she nurtured could not challenge the life limits and cycles prescribed by the sky. As for Cronus, the youngest and the one who made Uranus feel vaguely uneasy, the power of time he wielded was strictly limited. He was not allowed to let his power touch the concept of eternity, nor was he allowed to glimpse the end of the sky's rule. These rules were not declared in words, rather, as the Titans grew, they wound around their divine essences like invisible chains, merging into their instincts. They could feel the omnipresent gaze from the sky, a gaze devoid of warmth, containing only cold scrutiny and warning. They were born powerful, yet they seemed to live under a dome with no visible top. Every surge of power allowed them to feel that clear boundary from above. They could walk upon the earth but could never truly touch the sky. They could wield divine power, but there was always a set limit they could not overstep. This was a form of spiritual imprisonment, more despairing than physical confinement, because it made you clearly aware of your lack of freedom, yet left you powerless to break it. During her travels in the distance, Dacria clearly felt the oppressive atmosphere permeating among her new brothers and sisters. She saw that when Oceanus faced the coastline, the tides, which should have been overwhelmingly powerful, always became docile upon reaching some invisible boundary. She saw that when Hyperion drove the sun chariot, the light always adhered to precise paths, lacking true abandon and wildness. She had also tried to approach them. Once, she came near Koyos, who was lost in contemplation, and condensed a drop of dew containing the divine power of tranquility and clarity, gently sending it to his side. That god of darkness and intellect raised his deep eyes and looked at her. There was a hint of surprise in his gaze, followed by a deeper, all-knowing sorrow. He accepted the drop of dew. The faint healing power it contained might allow his spirit, exhausted by the constraints of the rules, to gain a moment of clarity, but it could not shake the shackles of those rules in the slightest. It is useless, sister of the dew. Koyos's voice was low and calm, as if stating a universal truth. What our Father has woven for us is the warp and weft of fate, not a cage of flesh. I appreciate your kindness. Dacria was silent. She understood. What Uranus had imposed upon the Titans was a suppression based on the level of world laws. Her healing power could soothe scars and nourish vitality, but it was difficult to directly oppose the rules established by another supreme god. This was not a realm her current divine office could touch. The Titans did not struggle and resist frantically like the giants. They possessed wisdom, They understood order, and therefore they understood the absoluteness and cruelty of these shackles even more profoundly. They hid that suppressed power and the growing dissatisfaction deep beneath an exterior as ordered as their divine essences. Hyperion's light still rose on time, Themis's judgments remained impartial, and Oceanus's currents still circled the earth. But beneath that calm exterior, undercurrents surged. A consensus formed silently among the Titans. The rule of the sky had become an obstacle, an unjust disorder, itself that must be broken. And the witness to all this, besides the silent mountains and ancient deities, was the healing God who always lingered on the periphery, silently recording all pain and injustice with due. Dacria knew that this calm, constructed by rules, was breeding a more terrifying storm than the manic shouts of the giants when they were imprisoned. She soothed the earth, which had become increasingly heavy under this invisible pressure, and the belief regarding healing in her heart quietly underwent a change. Perhaps true healing does not merely mean repairing existing scars. Sometimes, it may also mean the need to remove the source that constantly creates those scars. This thought exploded in her heart like a thunderclap, causing her newborn divine essence to tremble. She raised her head and looked at the seemingly eternal, oppressive sky. For the first time, a glimmer of something beyond compassion, called determination, flashed in her silver blue eyes. Time flowed slowly beneath the feet of the gods. Dacria continued to fulfill her divine duty of healing, her footsteps traversing every corner of the world. Centuries and millennia of practice gave her a more refined grasp of the essence of her power. She was no longer satisfied with merely the form of dew. That primordial divine power, born from water and tears, began to extend its form under her tireless exploration and the revelations of nature. This occurred on a vast plateau, parched and cracked due to a conflict between divine powers. The scorching sun baked the earth, the few remaining water sources were on the verge of drying up, and the breath of life was as faint as a candle flickering in the wind. Dacria attempted to condense dew, only to find that it was often evaporated by the searing air before it could ever touch the ground. She stood on this land of despair, her silver blue eyes gazing at the rapidly vanishing water vapor, a sense of helplessness rising in her heart. Yet, amidst this scorching distress, she suddenly had an epiphany. She stopped trying to force the water vapor to condense into liquid dew, and instead attempted to guide it, allowing it to exist in a lighter, more pervasive state. She slowed her breathing, casting her divine power out as softly as a spiderweb, no longer fighting the scorching sun, but dancing with the dry heat of this world. Gradually, the excessively evaporated water vapor in the air ceased its chaotic dissipation and began to swirl around her, slowly gathering and spreading according to a new, tranquil rhythm. At first, it was a veil-like dampness, and then, a gentle, moist mist quietly enveloped this parched plateau with her at its center. Mist was not a retreat for water, but another form of water's wisdom. It was more intangible and extensive than dew, capable of reaching into the minute crevices where dew could not, and covering vast areas with a gentle embrace, shielding them from the direct glare of the sun, and allowing moisture to slowly and persistently seep into the cracked earth. In this artificial mist, imbued with the divine power of healing, Dacria could clearly feel the near-dead land beneath her feet, like a traveler receiving sweet rain after a long drought, beginning to greedily absorb this breath of life. That faint vitality was being reawakened. A new, embryonic divine aspect. Mist, originating from the same sources, dew, but appearing more ethereal, quietly gestated and clarified within her soul. It represented penetration, coverage, and hazy protection, a natural extension of her path of healing. However, the joy brought by this realization did not last long, as a cold sense of foreboding rose with it. She looked up, her gaze seemingly piercing through the mist she had created, toward the higher, eternally overarching sky. Mist, born from the earth, ascended upward, its summit had already blurred the boundary between the earth and the sky. Uranus. How would that sky god view a deity who wielded mist? Would the mist be seen as a blasphemy and an encroachment upon the domain of the pure sky? Dacria knew well the desire for control and the coldness of that father god. The giants were imprisoned for their strength, the titans were bound for their potential. If she, a minor goddess formed from the tears of the Earth Mother with weak power, were to attract the gaze of the sky because of the expansion of her divine aspect, the consequences would be unimaginable. She quickly retracted the spreading mist, turning it back into a gentle drizzle to nourish the land below, which had already begun to recover slightly. Thus far and no further, she admonished herself in her heart. The divine aspect of mist could serve as an auxiliary and backup method, to be used quietly when necessary, but it must never be displayed as a primary power, and she must never attempt to expand it into the realm of clouds. That was a dangerous forbidden zone, an invisible sword of Damocles hanging over her head. The growth of power must be accompanied by a clear awareness of danger. Carrying this caution, she continued her journey. While traversing a primeval jungle that appeared exceptionally dense due to abundant energy, she sensed a surging yet somewhat wild vitality. This vitality did not stem from the nourishment of the earth itself, but from the unbridled outpouring of a deity. She followed this power and soon, in the center of the jungle, saw a young and vibrant male deity. He was surrounded by an emerald radiance, his hair was like tangled vines, and his eyes were the color of midsummer leaves. He was spreading his arms, and his vast divine power was surging outward like a tide. Under the influence of his divine power, the surrounding plants grew, tangled, and propagated with wild abandon at a speed visible to the naked eye. Giant trees towered into the sky, shrubs blocked the path, and vines strangled everything they could cling to like green giant pythons. Flowers bloomed and withered rapidly, seeds scattered like raindrops, sprouting instantly. The animals also appeared unusually restless, their desire to reproduce magnified to the extreme. This was the god of growth, a titan or early deity born of heaven and earth, who governed the growth and reproduction of life. He was fulfilling his divine duty, simple, direct, and filled with primitive, brutal power. Dacria observed quietly. She saw that beneath this vibrant, wild scene lay a cruel competition for survival. Plants that grew slowly and were not strong enough withered rapidly under the pressure of their rapidly growing neighbors. Young creatures struggled to survive in an overcrowded environment. The entire ecosystem had fallen into a chaotic and fragile prosperity due to this unbridled, indiscriminate growth. This god of growth had eyes only for the phenomenon of growth itself, enjoying the pleasure of life force gushing forth, yet he never looked down to see the tiny lives that were trampled and eliminated in this mad growth. This was completely different from Dacria's path of healing. Her dew and mist were precise, gentle, and compassionate nourishment. She healed wounds and balanced the ecosystem, allowing life to continue in harmony rather than crushing each other in madness. She cared for the withering and flourishing of every leaf and understood the pain of every wound. The god of growth noticed her presence, he stopped his movements and sized her up with a trace of curiosity and arrogance. Who are you? Unknown deity. Your power is very weak, but it feels very special. His voice was like spring thunder, loud and lacking subtlety. Dacria nodded slightly in response. I am merely a passerby, fulfilling my duty. She had no intention of explaining, nor any intention of accusing. She knew clearly what kind of disposition these naturally powerful deities possessed. They focused on their own authority, were accustomed to being self-centered, rarely considered the subtle consequences of their actions, and cared even less about those weak existences. Arguing with them about how to fulfill divine duties was meaningless. Seeing her cold attitude and that her divine power was far inferior to his own, the god of growth lost interest and immersed himself again in the pleasure of creating a frenzy of life. Dacria turned silently and left this noisy and chaotic land of growth. She did not look back, yet her heart was clearer than ever. Most of the gods in this world were like this. Powerful, self-centered, acting according to instinct and authority, like natural phenomena themselves, both creating and bringing destruction. A god like her, willing to stoop down to listen to faint groans and soothe subtle pains, was perhaps an anomaly. But this was a path she would continue to walk. Carrying caution toward power, respect for life, and a lonely, unknown persistence. Her healing was not to please any god, but to respond to that innate resonance and commitment to pain, itself deep within her heart, as well as the conscience nurtured by her past civilization. The weight of Uranus had never been so deeply etched into her soul. He was not merely covering her, he was crushing her. Every union of sky and earth was no longer the rhythm of the world, but a form of torture. That solidified, bronze firmament ruthlessly poured its will into every inch of her divine form, like a red-hot iron searing into flesh. The crust of the earth wailed, a silent groan of agony she could not voice. And the giants imprisoned deep within her, sensing their mother's pain and humiliation, struggled with growing frenzy, each impact like a white-hot blade churning through her entrails. Endurance was no longer a virtue, but a desecration of her own existence. In a certain moment, as Uranus departed satisfied, leaving behind another set of scars from their violent union, Gaia fell silent. That silence was no longer weariness, but the dead calm before a storm. An ancient, primal rage, born from the very dawn of the world, began to gather in the depths of her boundless divine body. This rage was not the heat of mortal fire, but the molten core of the earth, the destructive force of colliding tectonic plates, the ultimate hatred transformed from a motherhood forced to conceive yet ruthlessly trampled upon. Enough. There was no sound, only a will that pierced through the entire network of ley lines. This will was cold and hard, carrying a determination to crush everything. She needed a weapon. Not a sword or blade in the ordinary sense, but a creation that could carry her rage and pain, something capable of tearing through the arrogant essence of the sky. A tool to execute her most resolute will. The location was chosen beneath the deepest rift valley in the world, where her pain was most concentrated and sharp, and a blind spot where Uranus's vision was slightly distorted by the scars he himself had left. There was no forge, no anvil, no smith's hammer. Gaia, the mother of all things, was all of these herself. She channeled the most violent primal fire from the heart of the earth, not a burning flame, but the primordial power of material collapse and reconstruction, the chaotic embers remaining from the world's creation. She forcibly restrained this brilliant white torrent, guiding it from the core along secret pathways to the bottom of the rift, where it transformed into a silently roaring vortex of pure energy. The light was blinding, yet strangely, no heat escaped, all destructive power was tightly bound within the core, where space itself slightly warped. Next, she extracted the hardest substance from her own divine body, not mortal metal, but the crystallized resentment of eons spent oppressed by the sky. These crystals were a dull dark gray, like solidified tears and blood clots, containing an absolute resistance to oppression itself. They seeped from the rock layers in all directions, like soldiers answering a call, and merged into the energy vortex. But it was not enough. She added the silent roars of the imprisoned giants, their wildest longing for freedom. She added the bound rage of the 12 titans, the rebellion of order against injustice. She even extracted a trace of Dacria's will of compassion and healing from her 1,000-year journey. Not for mercy, but so the weapon could precisely find the root of pain and perform the most thorough excision. The materials were ready, the forging began. This was not a process of hammering, but of fusion and shaping. Under the searing heat of the Earth's core fire, the crystals of resentment, the roars of the giants, the rage of the titans, and the compassion of healing were forced together, clashing and entangling until they reached a cruel balance. Gaia's will acted as the heaviest forge hammer, striking this burgeoning mass again and again, thoroughly purging its impurities, the last trace of hesitation, the final shred of awe for the sky. The light gradually withdrew, and the roar of energy turned into a low hum. Finally, what hovered at the bottom of the rift was no longer a mass of energy, but a physical object. It was a sickle. Its form was ancient and fearsome, like the remains of a crescent moon or a jagged tooth torn from the jaw of some great beast. The blade was a dull gray blue, like the sky before a storm, with faint dark red veins flowing across it, solidified rage and pain. At the edge, however, flickered a highly concentrated, heart-stopping cold light that seemed capable of cutting through time and severing concepts, a manifestation of the power of time from Cronus that had been integrated into it. It possessed no magnificent divine light, only a devouring weight and sharpness. Its mere presence caused the surrounding rocks to turn to dust silently, and space itself felt unnaturally fractured. It represented the end, Gaia's rejection of the concept of the eternal sky, and the physical negation of Uranus's rule. Gaia's will brushed over the sickle, sensing the power within that shared her origin yet was far more extreme and concentrated. Weariness washed over her like a tide, but more than that, there was a cold sense of relief. The weapon was forged. She needed a hand to wield it. Her will once again spread across the land like silent thunder, clearer and more unquestionable than before, carrying a metallic coldness and resolve. Come. The summons went out. It was directed at her 12 powerful Titan children, and also at the deity who governed healing and dew, born of her deepest pain. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Dacria, who had just completed a healing and was feeling her divine power grow, suddenly stopped in her tracks. That familiar summons descended once more, but this time, it contained no weariness or pain, but a cold killing intent and decisiveness that made even her godhead tremble. She looked up toward the direction of the summons, as if she could pierce through layers of rock to see that newly born, blood-destined sickle. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned into a streak of light and rushed toward the convergence of destiny. Gaia's summons acted like invisible ropes, drawing her children scattered across the world toward a secret rift deep within the earth. The first to arrive was Oceanus. Vast oceanic currents served as his silent carriage. As he stepped out from the churning seawater and into the dark rift, the entire space seemed to become damp and heavy due to the majestic water vapor surrounding him. His face was like sea ice that had not melted for 10,000 years, beneath his steady demeanor lay unfathomable power. His gaze swept across the empty rift, and with a slight nod, he stood silently to the side like an eternal reef, waiting. Next, the shadows seemed to grow thicker as Koios emerged quietly from the gloom. He made no sound, his eyes of insight and wisdom flickering in the darkness as he swiftly assessed everything there, including Oceanus, who had arrived before him. He saw the suppressed power within the god of currents that was nearly overflowing, and he sensed the lingering, heart-palpitating traces of forging in this place. Silently, he chose a corner and blended into the background, like a living shadow. With a flash of light, Cronus's figure solidified. His appearance brought a strange sense of fragmentation, as if the flow of time around him differed from everywhere else. His young face bore a gloominess inconsistent with his divine power, and his gaze was sharp as a blade, directed straight toward the deepest part of the rift. There, the will of Mother Gaia lay dormant like a sleeping volcano. He felt the presence of that thing, his fingertips curling slightly and unconsciously as the power of time within him seemed to resonate with it. Subsequently, the other titans arrived one after another. Hyperion brought light and heat that had not yet been fully retracted. Thea's radiance illuminated an area. Ray's gaze held worry and a hint of resolve. Iapetus was silent and steadfast. Creus, Themis, Mnemosyne, Phoebe, and Tethys, the arrival of each caused this narrow space to fill with increasingly surging and diverse fluctuations of divine power. There were brief exchanges of glances between them, but most remained silent, a tacit atmosphere of gravity permeating the air. They could all clearly feel the power within each other that had reached the peak of intermediate divine power, nearly ready to break out of its cocoon, as well as the long accumulated resentment they shared toward the Father of the Sky. Just as the Titan's divine power was about to fill the entire rift and form an invisible force field, a relatively weak yet exceptionally clear and pure aura quietly cut in. It was Dacria. She transformed into a beam of flowing water and landed at the edge of the rift, maintaining a cautious distance from the group of brilliant or imposing Titan brothers and sisters. Her arrival was like a drop of clear dew falling into a boiling pot of oil, causing a subtle change in the originally heavy and oppressive atmosphere. The gazes of several Titans fell upon her. In those looks, there was scrutiny, curiosity, indifference, and a trace of barely perceptible contempt. Her divine power, though it had reached lesser divine power, still appeared too slender and gentle before this group of Titans, who were at least of intermediate divine power. Her divine body, constructed of flowing water and dew, seemed like fragile colored glass compared to the magnificent godhoods of the Titans representing the ocean, light, shadow, and mountains. Oceanus's gaze lingered on her for a moment, and he gave a slight nod, acknowledging her status as Aia's sister, but he did not pay her much attention. A flash of realization appeared in Koyos's eyes. He seemed to see through the unique essence of Dacria's divine power related to healing and compassion. However, this did not pique much interest in him. Before the impending storm, healing seemed so powerless. Cronus did not even give her a second look. His entire mind was captivated by the cold, sharp existence deep within the rift. In his eyes, power was the only truth, and Dacria's strength was not sufficient to be taken into consideration. Rhea was perhaps the only one who showed a slightly gentle expression toward Dacria, but it was fleeting, quickly replaced by worry for the future. Creus, whose eyes were like midsummer green leaves, was clearly stunned for a moment when he saw her, then recognized her, but he could not understand why such a weak deity would also be summoned here by the mother goddess. He looked Dacria up and down, noticing that her divine power seemed slightly stronger than their last meeting, but this still did not change the essence of her insignificance in his eyes. He twitched the corner of his mouth, revealing an expression between curiosity and disdain, then shook his head and stopped paying attention, turning his gaze back to the source of his trepidation deep within the rift. Dacria bore these gazes calmly. She was long accustomed to them. She stood there quietly, her flowing water dress shimmering with light, her silver blue eyes calmly sweeping over her brothers and sisters, taking in their various expressions. She knew clearly how she was positioned in their eyes, an insignificant minor goddess transformed from their mother's special tears. She did not care. Her thoughts were more immersed in sensing the extreme anger and will of destruction remaining in this place. That scythe, the aura it emitted made her instinctively feel repulsion and a hint of fear. Just then, deep within the rift, that massive grand will that had been lying dormant, pulsating like the heart of the earth, finally awakened completely. The phantom of Gaia, or rather her avatar condensed here, slowly manifested before the gods. She was no longer the earth's silently enduring pain. Lava-like fury burned in her eyes, and her face was etched with eons of humiliation and resolve. Her gaze first fell with immense solemnity upon her eldest son, Oceanus. That look contained entrustment, trust, and absolute recognition of the power he possessed. As the eldest son with the most vast divine power, he was undoubtedly the most important cornerstone of this rebellion. Sensing his mother's gaze, Oceanus gave a steady, slight nod. Everything was understood without words. Then, Gaia's gaze, burning with fury and resolve, turned toward Cronus. This look was different from the one she gave Oceanus. It held less reliance and more of a desperate expectation, a nearly cruel selection. In him, she saw the possibility of ending and overturning. Finally, her gaze passed over the Titans and landed on Dacria at the edge. That look was complex and difficult to decipher, containing a trace of something barely perceptible that differed from how she looked at her other children. It wasn't a reliance on her strength, but more like a silent notification, or rather, making her a witness who must exist. The gathering place was pin-drop silent. All thoughts, whether the Titan's ambition, anger, and worry, or Dacria's vigilance and compassion, were temporarily retracted under the mother goddess's final gaze. The air deep within the rift was stagnant and heavy due to the gathered divine power of the Titans. Gaia's will was like an invisible veil, enveloping every deity. After a brief dead silence, a voice rang out with undisguised doubt. It was Creus, the god of growth. His gaze, full of vital energy, shot directly toward Dacria at the edge, his tone filled with incomprehension and a hint of slighting. Mother, I do not understand. We are gathered here to discuss great matters enough to overturn the world. Why summon her? He raised a hand and pointed at Dacria. This, sister of Dew. Her power among us is like a firefly to the blazing sun. What meaning does her presence have here? This question clearly existed in the hearts of the other titans as well, their gazes focused on Dacria once more, waiting for the mother goddess's explanation. Gaia's avatar, that figure condensed from the power of the earth and endless fury, slowly turned her gaze toward Dacria. Her voice was no longer just angry, but carried an echo that seemed to come from the depths of fate. Meaning, Gaia repeated, her voice low and majestic. In the loom of fate, every thread has its necessary place, no matter how slender it may seem. Her gaze swept across all her children, finally fixing on Dacria. She, Dacria, was born from my deepest pain and is the witness to Uranus's crimes. Her godhood resonates with every scar on this earth. Your power is used for destruction and rebirth, for conquest and rule. But her eyes can see what you cannot, the most minute rifts, connecting the sky and the earth. Gaia's will was like a heavy hammer, striking the heart of every deity. Uranus's divine power is not invulnerable. His oppression has left countless painful folds and crevices where it meets the earth. That scythe can sever the sky, but finding the most fragile and fatal place to strike requires her eyes. Her perception is the eye of fate that guides the direction of the blade. Upon hearing this, the gods fell silent. A flash of realization appeared in Koios's deep eyes. He understood the logic behind it. Creus opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing more, though the way he looked at Dacria held a bit less slighting and a bit more scrutiny. Gaia delayed no further. Her vast will condensed deep within the rift, dark light surging as an ancient, hideous weapon emitting a heart-palpitating chill slowly rose, suspended before the gods. A scythe. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding air seemed to be sliced apart, and even the light was distorted by it. The resentment, pain, and intent of ending it carried made even the powerful titans feel a surge of trepidation. This is the answer. Gaia's voice was bone-chillingly cold. The pain Uranus inflicted upon me shall be washed away with his own divine blood. The plan is simple. I will create an opportunity to lure him into the airspace close to the earth. At that time, someone must hold this blade and deliver his final judgment. And the one who performs this deed shall be the future king of gods. She looked around at her children, her gaze finally landing on the scythe as she asked the most critical question. Now, tell me, which of you has the courage to wield this blade and sever these eternal shackles for your mother and for yourselves? A heavy silence descended once more. The thought of overthrowing their father had long existed, but when the scythe representing patricide and monstrous sin was actually placed before them, and when an executor was needed to stand forward, even these powerful titans fell into hesitation and fear. Uranus's long-standing prestige and his authority over the sky that covered everything had long been etched into their divine souls like a brand. Oceanus's face was calm, but deep in his eyes were surging waves. Koios's face under the shadows showed no expression. Iapetus clenched his fists but failed to take that step. The scene nearly solidified in the oppressive silence. Just then, a figure stepped forward. It was Cronus. There was no hesitation on his young face, only a gloominess and resolve inconsistent with his age. The power of time within him resonated strongly with the scythe's aura of ending. I will do it. His voice was not loud, but it clearly broke the dead silence, like a sharp blade slicing through cloth. Since someone must bear this sin, then let it be me. His gaze was locked onto the scythe, his eyes burning with a desire for power and for ending the status quo that far surpassed his fear of his father. Gaia looked at him deeply, her gaze filled with complex emotions. There was approval, entrustment, and perhaps a trace of barely perceptible worry. Very well, she said solemnly, and the scythe slowly flew toward Cronus. However, at the moment the scythe was about to reach Cronus, Gaia's will paused slightly, causing it to hover in midair. Her vast avatar turned to Cronus, her voice low and full of power, echoing within the rift. But, Cronus, before you wield this blade, I want you to promise, after you overthrow Uranus and establish a new order, you must release your imprisoned brothers, those Hecatoncheires and Cyclops struggling in the darkness. They are my flesh and blood just as you are. This endless imprisonment must end. The atmosphere in the rift instantly became subtle. Release those ancient, violent, and powerful giants. This was undoubtedly planting a huge hidden danger within the newborn order. Cronus's thoughts spun like lightning. He instantly saw through his mother's intention. It was both a maternal drive and a form of check and balance. He absolutely could not refuse at this moment and provoke the mother goddess, losing the chance to slay the god. But it was even more impossible for him to sincerely make such a vow that could potentially overturn his own future rule. An appropriately mixed expression of understanding and solemnity appeared on his face as he responded in an extremely sincere tone that deliberately avoided swearing by his core authority. Merciful Mother, your compassion is as vast as the earth. I understand your concern for my brothers. He chose his words carefully, meeting Gaia's gaze candidly. I promise you that once the new order is established and the world is stable, I will certainly carefully consider my brothers' situation and seek a proper way to settle them. Their freedom is also the shared expectation of us brothers. The plan was set, the executor had emerged, and the gears of fate finally locked into place. The plan was set, and the ancient rift returned to a deathly silence, with only the chill of that sickle still lingering. The Titans departed in silence, returning to their respective divine domains as if nothing had happened. Oceanus's currents still circled the earth, Hyperion's sun chariot still crossed the sky on time, and Creus still urged all things to grow wildly. However, beneath that calm surface, power and thought will surged like magma in the earth's core. Dacria also returned to her patrols. She walked among the familiar mountains and rivers, dew still nourished the land, and mist still soothed the scars. But her perception was focused like never before, like a drawn bowstring, constantly sensing that string, deep within the earth that was painfully connected to the sky. She knew that when this string was roughly plucked again, it would be the moment for fate to play its final movement. This was a suffocating tranquility before the storm. Finally, that day arrived. The pressure of the sky grew heavy without warning, pressing down like a block of lead. That solidified, bronze-colored firmament slowly descended, carrying an irresistible, primal, and tyrannical will, to once again bond tightly with the sleeping, or rather, feigning sleep, earth. Uranus had returned. There was no warmth, no communication, only the pure overlap of power and union on the level of laws. The sky covered the earth like an eternal, suffocating embrace. Dacria could clearly feel a violent tremor from the earth beneath her feet, a mixture of pain, humiliation, and a cold calculation. Gaia was enduring, and she was waiting. The gods were already in ambush. Oceanus's endless water power gathered strength beneath the deep sea like an impending tsunami. Koios's shadows permeated every corner where heaven and earth met, quietly weaving a veil that obscured everything. Iapetus's power condensed among the mountains, while the radiance of Hyperion and Theo was suppressed to the extreme behind the clouds. Cronus, holding that sickle which emitted an aura of finality, hid within the deepest shadow Koios had created for him. The power of time solidified around him as he waited for the world-shaking moment. Dacria stood on a mountain peak far from the center but with an excellent view, her presence nearly imperceptible. She closed her silver-blue eyes, resonating her entire divine consciousness with the earth, extending it toward the core where the pain was most concentrated. She saw that in the uncomfortable fusion at the level of rules, countless invisible rifts, produced by violence, pain, and rejection were forming, twisting, and annihilating. She was searching for the most fatal, the most fragile connection, the scar, that symbolized the foundation of Uranus's rule. Uranus knew nothing of this. In his long reign, the earth had always been his bed, his property, to be taken from and oppressed at will. He was immersed in the venting of power and the pleasure of dominance. The divine power of the sky was like a surging tide, impacting Gaia's divine body and numbing his own perception. Just at the moment when he was most self-satisfied, most relaxed, and when the connection with Gaia reached a certain unstable critical point due to the extreme output of power. Now, Gaia's will, like a bolt of lightning tearing through heaven and earth, exploded in the divine souls of all participants. Boom! The first to erupt were Koios's endless shadows. Darkness as thick as ink instantly swallowed the boundary between heaven and earth, blinding the sky's vision and isolating Uranus's perception of a part of his own domain. Immediately after, Oceanus raised world-ending waves. The vast currents, like billions of roaring dragons, soared from all directions, not to attack, but to bind. The immense water pressure and whirlpools tightly entangled the descending incarnation of the sky, forcibly delaying its reaction. Almost at the same instant, Hyperion and Thea erupted. The suppressed light turned into a pure, white-hot torrent, like countless scorching spears of light piercing into the sky domain shrouded in darkness, blinding him. Roar. The sky let out a furious roar. Uranus's power counterattacked instinctively. The darkness vibrated, the water dragons shattered, and the light flickered. The collision of rules made the whole world tremble. In this extreme chaos, in the violent alternation of darkness and light, at the fatal moment when Uranus stiffened for a second due to being bound and blinded, Dacrya suddenly snapped her eyes open. From her fingertip, a drop of dew that condensed all her perception and reflected countless threads of fate shot out like a star guiding the way home, heading toward a certain point in the darkness. That was exactly what she had seen, the deepest, most fragile rift connected to the source of Uranus's divine power. Without a word, Cronus in the shadows moved. Following the trajectory guided by the dew, like a ghost that had broken free from the shackles of time, he leapt out from the darkness. The sickle in his hand drew a cold, decisive arc containing the meaning of the end. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. There was no world-shaking boom, only a crisp sound as if cloth were being torn, or as if the rules themselves were wailing. The blade of the sickle sliced with unerring precision into the rift Dacrya had pointed out, severing the painful and twisted connection between sky and earth, and also severing Uranus's authority and origin as God, King and Father. An indescribable golden blood, containing terrifying divine power, gushed out from the sky swooned like a waterfall, accompanied by Uranus's painful, incredulous, and world-shaking scream. The moment for the God King to fall had arrived. Indescribable agony instantly consumed Uranus's will. It was not just a physical wound, but the ultimate pain of his divine essence being torn apart and his authority being forcibly stripped away. He let out a scream that made the entire world tremble, a sound filled with rage, disbelief, and a hint of crumbling fear. The golden divine blood, like a celestial river bursting its banks, surged from his castrated wound. Every drop contained majestic sky divine power, raining down onto the earth below. Where the divine blood fell, it brought not nourishment, but disaster. Mountains collapsed under the impact of divine power, plains were scorched into huge craters, and rivers were instantly evaporated or diverted. However, in this extreme pain and chaos, the ferocity belonging to the primordial God King was completely triggered. He forcibly condensed his nearly dissipating divine soul and let out a roar that tore through the void. My authority. Immediately after, an object fell from the wound, carrying heart-palpitating pressure and golden light. It was the heavenly root that had been cut off, the source symbolizing patriarchal and God-king authority. However, the moment this source of power left his body, Pontus, the ancient and violent primordial sea god who had been hidden behind the scenes, silently observing this divine war, seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The vast ocean seemed to become an extension of his will. A giant wave precisely caught the falling, heavenly root, and then, with supreme authority, swept it into the deepest part of the ocean, into the dark trench where even light could not reach, sealing it away completely. This sudden turn of events caused even the agonized Uranus to experience a moment of shock and despair. He had lost the last possibility of reclaiming his authority. But this shock was instantly swallowed by primal rage. Using the last of his strength, he tightly gripped the sky's divine essence, which was dissipating due to the departure of the heavenly root but was still vast and boundless. This pure power, though it had lost its title of rule, still possessed a destructive substance. Rebellious wretches, fall with me. He gave up on repairing himself, gave up on escaping, and turned all his pain, anger, and despair, along with that massive and peerless sky divine power, into the purest, most insane destructive energy, launching a final, hysterical attack at his gathered Titan children. Rumble. The sky itself seemed to become his weapon. It was no longer a suppression of rules, but the most barbaric outpouring of energy. Countless spears of lightning, condensed from the pure power of the firmament, shot toward the gods like a rainstorm. Space was torn into black cracks, and violent gales, like billions of sharp blades, swept down. Hold on! Oceanus roared, and endless currents soared into the sky, turning into a massive water shield in an attempt to block the lightning. But the lightning pierced through the water, exploding into clouds of steam. Oceanus's divine body was shaken back repeatedly, and his ocean domain fluctuated violently. The shadow domain woven by Koios was like a fragile black veil under such a violent energy impact, being torn apart inch by inch. He himself groaned, his hidden form becoming blurred and unstable. Iapetus roared, meeting several bolts of lightning with his powerful divine body, but he was blown open, his divine blood splattering. The radiance of Hyperion and Thea flickered under the bombardment of lightning, like candles in the wind. Cronus bore the brunt of it. Most of Uranus's hatred was focused on this son who had personally wounded him. The power of time twisted and condensed in front of him, forming time barriers to try and delay or deflect the lightning's attack. But the sky divine essence's violent power surpassed the subtle influence of time's flow. Several of the thickest bolts of lightning slammed into his protective divine power, blowing him away. His arm holding the sickle was charred black, and golden blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. This was not a battle, it was a mad collision and destruction of primal forces. The newborn Titans, relying on their numerical advantage and exquisite coordination, barely resisted the final counterattack of a dying primordial god, but every moment was fraught with danger, and their divine power was being consumed like water from a burst dam. Dacria watched from a distance, her heart pounding. She did not participate in this destructive clash, her power was insignificant within it. She could only do her best to guide the falling divine blood, using mist and dew to try and neutralize its destructive power, protecting the earth below from being completely destroyed, but this was like trying to put out a forest fire with a cup of water. This tragic struggle lasted for an unknown amount of time, perhaps just a moment, perhaps an eternity. Finally, Uranus's madly burning divine soul and sky essence began to dim and fail. His counterattacks became sparse, and his massive sky incarnation began to become illusory and unstable. He knew he had failed. With endless resentment and malice, his broken will, carrying the last of his divine essence, let out a roar of curse that shook the universe. He forcibly broke away from the battlefield and retreated back toward the high, deep sky that was no longer under his complete control. Get back to your domains. Wretches. Enjoy the authority you have usurped. His voice echoed between heaven and earth like the final thunder. But listen, Cronus. In the name of the sky and the Father God, I curse you. His will locked tightly onto the son who had made him lose everything. Just as you betrayed and overthrew your father today, in the future, you shall surely be overthrown by your own children. Your reign shall be as brief as a shooting star. Your fate shall be no different from mine today. This is the cycle of fate, a shackle you cannot escape. This curse contained Uranus's final authority and endless resentment, like the most vicious brand, penetrating space and deeply engraving itself into Cronus's divine essence. The curse complete, Uranus's presence vanished completely into the highest reaches of the firmament. The connection between sky and earth was completely severed, and the two were thoroughly separated. The sky still hung high, but it had lost that suffocating absolute will, becoming vast and lonely. The earth still carried all things, but it seemed to have shed a burden of billions of years, letting out a long, pained sigh. The divine war was over. The Titans stood on the scarred battlefield, panting, most of them wounded. They had won, but there were no cheers in the air, only the solemnity of having survived a disaster, and the inescapable shadow of the father's curse on Cronus's face. The root of the recurring tragedy of father-son patricide in Greek mythology was established here. The golden divine blood still drifted down slowly, like a sorrowful rain, witnessing the end of an old era and foretelling a new one, a bloody future destined beneath the glory. When Uranus's aura completely vanished into the depths of the firmament, the world seemed to shed a burden of 10 billion catties. An unprecedented sense of lightness and freedom, like the first rays of morning sun, warmed the souls of every Titan. Oceanus felt his currents could surge more freely, and Hyperion felt the light he emitted had become purer. It's over. Rhea whispered, her face carrying the exhaustion of relief and the hope of rebirth. However, amidst this gradually rising joy, Cronus was like a cold, isolated island. He tightly gripped the god-slaying sickle, dark gold divine blood dripping along the blade. He did not relax, instead, his body tensed slightly. Uranus's curse, you too shall be overthrown by your own children, pierced deep into the core of his divinity like the coldest ice pick. This fear was so real that it almost drowned out the brief pleasure of slaying his father and seizing power. Gaia was the first to notice his abnormality. Her avatar, condensed from the power of the earth, cast a deep gaze upon the new god king. Rhea looked at him with concern, but was blocked by that cold, guarded aura. Even Dacria, on the periphery, clearly sensed the violent fluctuations and the internal rift of fear within Cronus's soul. The joy of victory was cast into shadow by the new god king's unmistakable fear. Cronus suddenly looked up, forcibly suppressing the fear in his eyes, replacing it with a nearly forceful majesty belonging to a ruler. Brothers and sisters. His voice was resolute, breaking the silence, the tyranny of the sky has ended. From this day forth, a new era belonging to us has arrived. He raised his arm high, as if to grasp the entire sky. His words temporarily dispelled the subtle atmosphere, and the heroic spirit of victory surged once more. Gaia spoke at the right moment, her voice grand and solemn. Yes, my children. You have proven your worth with courage and strength. Her gaze swept over every Titan. From now on, you, my 12 children, shall share the name, Titan. This name symbolizes power, order, and the great deeds you have pioneered. Titan. Oceanus repeated in a low voice. Titan. The gods echoed, their voices filled with pride and identity. A new pantheon was thus crowned. Having become the god king, Cronus suppressed the deep fear of the curse within his heart and began to act as a ruler. His first decision was swift and firm. The old order is buried along with Uranus, the new order requires a foundation. His gaze swept over the gods, finally settling on a majestic mountain in the distance that pierced the clouds, Mount Othrys. It was not the highest, but its presence was magnificent, like a natural throne of the earth. There, he pointed to the mountain peak, shall become our dwelling, the center of the Titan race's rule over the world, the new divine mountain. We shall use this as our center to organize the rules of the world and establish our respective authorities and domains. He did not ask, he proclaimed. This was the will of the God King. After selecting the divine mountain, Cronus immediately demonstrated his skill as a ruler. He ordered all Titans to swear a sacred oath atop Mount Othrys, vowing loyalty to the new God King's order in the name of the world's origin. The oath specifically emphasized severe punishment for betrayal, which served both as a restraint on the other Titans and as a vent for the fear deep within Cronus's heart. He redivided the divine duties, firmly grasping the most important powers, time, light, and the ocean, in the hands of himself and his most trusted brothers and sisters. For a Titan of deep wisdom like Koios, he relied on his strategy while secretly remaining on guard. Each Titan was clearly assigned a field of activity and was not permitted to interfere with the affairs of other divine domains at will. Cronus showed extreme vigilance toward Uranus's residual power. He personally led several Titans to patrol the Earth, collecting scattered divine blood and sealing it in the deepest part of Tartarus. Regarding the heavenly route taken by Pontus, although he was unwilling, he chose to acquiesce for the time being after weighing the risks of conflict with the primordial sea god, though he secretly dispatched messengers to monitor the movements of the ocean. Dacria's silence and departure. At this moment that decided the structure of the new world, Dacria remained silent throughout. She watched Cronus establish authority with a forceful posture, watched the Titan's subtle reactions to the power map, and heard Mother Gaia's expectations for the new era. She could feel that a new order, different from the sky's oppression, was forming, an order just as hard, bearing the mark of Cronus's personal fear. When Cronus began to discuss the construction of the Divine Mountain and the division of authority with the other Titans in detail, Dacria knew she was no longer needed here. Her divine office of healing, her dew and mist, were incompatible with these topics of power, territory, and rule. She quietly retreated without attracting much attention. Only Ray's and Gaia's gazes briefly fell upon her back as she turned. Dacria transformed into a clear light of flowing water and quietly left the place where the new power structure was being nurtured. The God War had ended, and the era of Titans had begun. But for her, her mission had never changed, to heal this world, whether under the old sky or under the rule of the new God King. She glided across the vast earth, her figure disappearing over the distant horizon, continuing her lonely and eternal patrol. In this newborn era, the goddess of healing chose to stay away from the center of power to fulfill her innate duty, to soothe the scars of this world, whether they came from the tyranny of the sky or the fear of the God King. At the peak of Mount Othrys, the sea of clouds surged beneath their feet, and the newly forged divine palace rose from the ground under the Titan's majestic divine power. Patterns symbolizing the new order were carved onto the white jade-like stone pillars, and the dome shimmered with the alternating radiance of the sun and moon. Cronus sat high upon a throne crafted from time goldstone, silver laws of time flowing from his fingertips as he reorganized the chaotic celestial phenomena. Hyperion. His voice echoed through the temple, carrying an unquestionable majesty. From this day forward, your sun chariot must follow the path of the zodiac, without the slightest deviation. The god of light bowed to receive the command, the radiance flowing around him complementing the sunlight outside the temple. Oceanus. Cronus turned to the god of the sea, I want you to calm all the violent seas within 3 years. Any sea monster that defies the new order shall be suppressed without exception. The vast ocean currents surged outside the temple, as if responding to the God King's decree. Sitting beside the throne, Gaia watched all this quietly. Her avatar, condensed from the power of the earth, was solemn and majestic, her emerald hair adorned with star-like crystals. However, deep within her profound eyes, a hint of unease was quietly growing. She listened to Cronus's meticulous arrangements for all matters, from the trajectories of the stars to the flow of the monsoons, yet she never heard the oracle she cared about most. Finally, as Cronus announced the redrawing of the divine realm's boundaries, Gaia spoke. Her voice was like an echo from the depths of the earth, bringing the entire temple to a standstill. My son, since you are already planning the map of the new world, when will you fulfill your promise to release and properly settle your brothers who are imprisoned in Tartarus? The temple immediately fell into a deathly silence. Themis, who was discussing the division of territories, stopped her golden scales. Iapetus, standing in the corner of the hall, clenched his fists, and even the usually steady Oceanus involuntarily tensed his body. Cronus turned slowly, the power of time forming faint ripples around him. A perfectly measured look of gravity appeared on his face, as if he had long been prepared for this moment. Mother, his voice was gentle yet carried an unquestionable firmness, I understand your concern for my brothers. But please, look. He waved his hand lightly, and a phantom of the world immediately appeared in the center of the temple. One could see several places on the earth still groaning in pain under the erosion of Uranus's divine blood, with dark traces of the curse remaining in the sky. The new order is still in its infancy. And my brothers. He paused deliberately, letting each word carry heavy weight. The power they possess is enough to tear the heavens and earth asunder. Releasing them at this time would be no different from sowing the seeds of destruction in the newborn world. Koyos nodded slightly in the shadows, a hint of realization flashing in his wise gaze. Rhea anxiously gripped the hem of her clothes. In her view, Cronus's considerations were not without reason. I promise you, Cronus continued, his tone movingly sincere, once this world truly stabilizes, I will surely give my brothers the freedom they deserve. But not now. We cannot destroy the new order we built at such a cost for the sake of momentary mercy. Gaia quietly gazed at the son she had personally chosen. In her billions of years of life, she had seen too many such power plays. She could see through the calculation beneath that sincere exterior and sense the coldness in that gentle tone. A deep disappointment spread through her heart, more piercing than the pain Uranus had inflicted upon her. Cronus. Her voice remained calm, yet it made the air in the temple freeze. Do you still remember how you held this sickle and swore an oath in the rift? As soon as her words fell, the sickle within Cronus suddenly let out bursts of humming. The resonance of the god-slaying weapon made all the titans involuntarily take half a step back. Cronus's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Mother, it is precisely because I keep my responsibilities firmly in mind that I cannot act rashly. Would you have this newborn world fall into turmoil again for the sake of brothers who have been imprisoned for 10,000 years? This manipulative rhetoric finally made Gaia realize that she could never wake someone who was pretending to be asleep. She slowly rose, the power of the earth beginning to flow around her. Since that is the case, her gaze swept across every titan in the temple, those children she had once placed high hopes upon. This world is now in your hands. There were no angry rebukes, no sighs of disappointment. As her words fell, her avatar began to dissipate into specks of starlight. Her emerald hair first turned into flowing phantom mountain ranges, her solemn face merged into the whistling wind, and finally, even those eyes that contained the earth turned into the distant dawn. Only a faint sigh remained in the temple, like the autumn wind brushing through a wheat field, carrying an unspeakable melancholy. Cronus watched the place where the mother goddess had vanished, his face expressionless. He could feel the humming of the sickle inside him gradually subsiding, and he could feel the complex gazes cast by the other titans. Continue. He sat back on his throne, his voice as cold as before. Themis, I want you to complete the formulation of all laws before the next new moon. Meanwhile, at the deepest part of the underground, at the boundary of Tartarus, Gaia's true form was stroking the cold rock walls. Her will penetrated the barrier of the abyss, gently soothing the restless giants within. Endure for just a moment longer, my children. Her whisper echoed in the darkness, carrying the unique tenderness of a mother. One day, you will regain your freedom. She could feel the giants' violent thrashing gradually subsiding and hear them let out aggrieved low cries. These ancient beings, feared by the world, were still the same children who needed a mother's protection in her presence. Having done all this, Gaia's consciousness began to slowly sink into the deepest part of the earth's ley lines. She chose a slumber completely different from the one during Uranus's reign, not a forced suppression, but a proactive withdrawal. Her will would merge into the mountains and rivers, turning into the vitality that nourished all things, yet she would no longer interfere with this world in a definite form. At the last moment before falling into slumber, she seemed to see the trajectory of fate. Cronus sitting on his cold throne, forever living under the curse of the father he personally overthrew, and the oath he betrayed would eventually be fulfilled in another way on some future day. A new era had indeed arrived, but from the very beginning, it was built upon the foundation of betrayal. And in a corner that no one noticed, a drop of dew quietly slipped from a newborn leaf, reflecting this world full of contradictions and hope. Dacria, the goddess of healing, stood on the distant shore, feeling the dissipation of the mother goddess's will. She knew that the healing this era required might be far more than she had imagined. The aftermath of the divine war gradually subsided, and the golden blood of the gods seeped into the earth, catalyzing an unprecedented surge of vitality. Across the wilderness, flora stretched their branches and leaves at a speed visible to the naked eye, flowers bloomed wantonly in secluded places, and even the air was permeated with a rich spiritual resonance. This was a slightly strange era of prosperity, nourished by violence. Dacria walked through the newborn jungle, her bare feet stepping across the grass adorned with morning dew. She could feel the complex pulse transmitted from the earth beneath her, a mixture of pain and rebirth. The world was healing and growing at an almost frantic pace, like a patient forcibly infused with too much life force. It was late autumn, and nightfall came exceptionally early. After a cold rain, the air suddenly turned biting. Dacria stopped before a shrub laden with berries and saw that the plump fruits were about to be destroyed by the frigid night. An instinct stemming from her divinity led her not to shield them with warm mist as she usually would, but instead, she gently exhaled a breath. That breath was no longer a moist mist, but carried a quiet chill. The breath brushed over the shrub, condensing into a thin, crystal-clear layer of white frost on its surface. Wrapped in this layer of ice crystals, the berries did not freeze to death. Instead, they seemed sealed in their most beautiful moment, isolated from the harsher cold outside and protected from the insects and birds that came out at night to forage. This was the ruthlessness of protection, achieving the purpose of healing through freezing. Her fingertips lightly touched the frost flowers, and she felt the power contained within, sharing the same source as dew but possessing a vastly different nature. The divinity of frost quietly sprouted here. The next morning, she wandered to an open valley. It had just undergone the baptism of a sudden downpour, and the air was saturated with a moist chill. Countless tiny water droplets, like billions of suspended diamonds, permeated the space between heaven and earth. In the western sky, the dark clouds had not yet completely dispersed, while on the eastern horizon, the morning light was already attempting to pierce through the cloud layer. She stood quietly, her silver blue eyes gazing at this world washed clean by the rain. The part of the soul belonging to Lin Wan made her instinctively know that when sunlight passed through these droplets, it would form one of the most beautiful sights in the mortal world, a rainbow. But Dacria's divinity told her that it was more than just a trick of light and water. She closed her eyes and completely immersed her mind into the damp air. She was no longer just an observer but sought to become the matchmaker between light and water. First, she guided her divine power like the finest comb, smoothing out the restless and disorganized water vapor molecules in the air. She made them align more evenly and stably, as if laying an invisible, pure canvas between heaven and earth. This process required extreme patience and control. It was the ultimate application of the divinity of mist. Next, she did something extremely bold that required precise divine manipulation. She did not passively wait for the sunlight but actively reached out her hands. Her left palm faced upward, and a wisp of extremely pure divine power, containing the essence of revelation and hope, acted as the gentlest fuse, quietly meeting the ray of morning light about to break through the clouds. Her right palm faced downward, releasing a cool divine power originating from understanding and resonance, deeply connecting with the pure water vapor she had just smoothed out across the valley. She herself became the bridge connecting light and water. At the very moment the first true ray of golden sunlight pierced the clouds and made contact with the divine power of hope in her left hand. A transformation occurred. That ray of sunlight did not simply penetrate the water vapor. The moment it touched her divine power, it was as if it were endowed with a soul and a mission. It became gentle and wise, knowing how to perform an exquisite dance with every pure drop of water. Dacria's divine sense saw the sunlight, fused with her divine power, acting like an invisible paintbrush as it precisely shot into countless suspended water droplets. Within the droplets, the light was refracted and decomposed: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, violet. The originally blended colorless light was miraculously combed into distinct and brilliant bands of color. This was not the end. Even more miraculously, after passing through the droplets, these decomposed colored lights did not scatter in disorder. The divine power of understanding and resonance in her right hand, like a master conductor, guided these seven colored rays of light through a second, third, countless refractions and intersections among the myriad droplets. Finally, at a specific angle, they converged and projected onto the opposite sky, forming a massive, clear, and divinely empowered arch bridge spanning the valley, a rainbow. This rainbow was more magnificent and soul-stirring than a natural one. It was not just a visual phenomenon but a grand and gentle force of healing. Where the rainbow light fell, the flowers and grass broken by the wind and rain the previous night straightened their stems slightly, with new greenery sprouting from the fractures. Several fledglings, startled by the thunder and shivering in their nests, poked their heads out and let out crisp chirps of joy rather than fear. Even the small stream in the valley, which had become turbid and turbulent due to the heavy rain, seemed to slow its flow, its water gradually clearing. It soothed wounds, linked the creatures on both banks separated by the storm, and more importantly, injected a serene power called hope into the hearts of all life that witnessed it. Dacria stood beneath the rainbow bridge, looking up at this miracle she had personally guided and participated in creating. She could feel that every color of this rainbow bridge corresponded to a subtle emotion and healing attribute. Red brought warmth and vitality, blue bestowed tranquility and peace, green symbolized rebirth and continuity. She had not merely manufactured a rainbow. After understanding the true essence of the dance between light and water, she used her own divine power as a guide to briefly materialize abstract concepts like hope, connection, and post-traumatic consolation into a miracle visible to the world. As the rainbow bridge slowly dissipated in the increasingly intense sunlight, a brand new divine mark containing seven colored flowing light, like a miniature rainbow ring, was quietly branded into the core of her soul. It shone in harmony and coexisted with her original marks of dew, mist, and frost. The divinity of rainbow was thus perfectly forged. She not only possessed new power but also gained a deeper understanding of another realm of the path of healing. Sometimes, healing is not just about repairing existing scars, but about lighting a bridge to hope for the soul. Carrying this profound realization and growth, along with a pure desire to share it with her mother, Dacria walked toward the depths of the earth, toward the place where Gaia slept and lived in seclusion. It was not a magnificent temple, but a vast underground cavern enveloped by the warm power of the earth's veins. There were no gold or silver jewels here, only glowing crystal clusters, quietly flowing underground springs, and primordial energy that flowed as soothingly as a mother's breath. Gaia's will condensed here into an avatar more serene and closer to the source than when she was at Mount Othris. She leaned against a couch naturally grown from tree roots and crystals, resting with her eyes closed. Mother, Dacria called softly, her voice stirring a gentle echo in the cavern. Gaia slowly opened her eyes. When she saw the visitor was Dacria, a pure and warm joy without any impurities surfaced in those eyes. It was not the scrutiny and expectation she showed toward Cronus and the other titans at Mount Othris, but a true joy belonging to a mother. My child, you have come. Gaia's voice was gentle, carrying the characteristic steadiness of the earth. I felt new divinities manifesting upon the land, the protection of frost, the hope of the rainbow. Very good, your path is growing ever wider. Dacria walked to the side of the couch and naturally sat on the ground nearby, leaning her head gently against her mother's side, like any daughter in the world who relies on her mother. She did not speak, simply enjoying this peace and tranquility. Gaia reached out and gently stroked Dacria's long hair, which seemed woven from moonlight, feeling the clear divine power flowing within it. She remained silent for a moment before speaking again, her voice carrying a trace of undetectable emotion and melancholy. Do you know, Dacria, she said softly, among all my children, only you come to me not to take, nor to voice a demand. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the rock layers, seeing the distant divine mountain. When Cronus comes, he always brings anxieties about the stability of his power or tests my views on his rule. When Rhea arrives, her eyes hide a deepening fear of her husband and unease about the future. What Oceanus mentions is always the division of marine territories and the allocation of resources. Even the most indifferent among them comes with some purpose. She lowered her head, looking at Dacria nestled beside her, her gaze softening. Only you, my child of tears. You come here simply because you miss your mother, simply for companionship. Your arrival itself is a gift. Dacria looked up, her silver blue eyes reflecting Gaia's loving face. Because I love you, mother. I know your exhaustion and disappointment. I only hope my arrival can bring you a sliver of true peace, just as your earth has soothed me countless times. These words caused the energy around Gaia to ripple with soft, bright waves. For her, after experiencing oppression from her partner and betrayal by her sons, this companionship stemming purely from familial love was more precious than any sacrifice of power. It did not heal the scars of a divine body, but rather the loneliness deep within that ancient divine soul, caused by the exploitation and abandonment of her closest kin. Your existence is my greatest consolation, child. Gaia gently pulled her into her arms, the warm power of the earth wrapping around Dacria like the softest blanket. You walk the world, healing all things, and you have also healed my heart. Seeing you hold fast to your own path, unswayed by authority, I know that this world, after all, still retains a piece of its original tenderness. In this divine realm at the center of the earth, far from power struggles, there was no god, king, or subordinate deity, only an exhausted mother and her daughter who had come to visit purely out of love. They snuggled together, sharing insights about the condensation of frost and the connection of the rainbow, their words soft and the time peaceful. After a long time, Dacria reluctantly rose to say goodbye. Go, child. Gaia smiled, watching her depart. Continue on your path. Wherever you go, remember that the earth is always your home, and your mother's gaze is always upon you. Dacria's figure turned into clear light, merged into the rock wall, and vanished. In the empty cavern, Gaia sat alone, her face still bearing that unfaded, warm smile. Dacria's visit was like a pure drop of dew cast into the silent lake of her heart. The spreading ripples dispelled the accumulated gloom and brought a long-awaited peace. She knew that while her other children were on the divine mountain fighting for power and planning for the future, only this child, who originally sprang from her pain, truly inherited the deepest and most serene compassion of the earth. This compassion might be the very thing this world needs most after experiencing countless acts of violence and betrayal. In the warm and silent kingdom deep within the earth's core, the passage of time seemed to become slow and viscous. Dacria snuggled against Gaia's side, feeling the reassuring, majestic vitality and endless maternal love emanating from the mother goddess. Mother, she spoke softly, her voice stirring a gentle echo in the vast cavern, it is time for me to leave. Gaia's hand, which had been stroking her long hair, paused slightly. On that face, condensed from the pure wool of the earth, an imperceptible trace of reluctance surfaced. In these long years of loneliness, abandoned by so many of her children, Dacria's companionship, born purely of longing, was a sliver of light in her darkness. Your path lies in the distance, my child. Gaia's voice was deep and warm, like an echo from the deepest reaches of the earth. Though I slumber here, every inch of land you walk upon and every wound you soothe are within my perception. Your growth is the greatest comfort to me. Dacria looked up, the affectionate silhouette of Gaia reflected in her silver blue eyes. I will continue my journey, healing this world in the way you have gifted me. May my footsteps bring you news of peace. Go then. Gaia's avatar emanated a soft glow, and a surge of pure earth source energy, like a gentle warm current, quietly flowed into Dacria's godhead. Take my blessing with you. Remember, no matter where you go, the earth will always be your foundation and your home. Dacria bowed her head deeply, taking this heavy maternal love into her heart. She took one last look at the mother goddess resting peacefully in the glimmer of the crystal clusters. Her figure slowly transformed into points of clear watery light, like dew seeping into the soil, silently merging into the rock walls and leaving the sanctuary of the earth's core. When she felt the fresh air and bright sunlight again, she was already amidst a vast expanse of hills. The reluctance of bidding farewell to the mother goddess lingered in her heart, but she knew that fulfilling her divine duties was the best way to repay her mother. She traversed plains that were excessively fertile due to the nourishment of divine blood, so much so that vines became entangled and suffocated the land, and crossed valleys where the earth had hardened into a crust from the impact of divine power, rejecting all life. Her work was to find that fragile balance belonging to life between these extremes of excess and deficiency. One day, she arrived at a vast stretch of hills. There had once been a winding stream here, but its source had been severed by the altered landscape of the divine war, leaving only a parched, cracked riverbed like an ugly scar upon the earth. On both banks, the vegetation that had sprouted the previous year had withered, and the few remaining shrubs curled their leaves, dying under the scorching sun. She knelt down, her fingertips lightly brushing the hot sand and stones. She could hear that not far beneath the surface, it wasn't that water veins were entirely absent, they were simply blocked and scattered by the chaotic geological layers, like severed meridians unable to converge again. A stream. A thought naturally rose within her heart. In the past, she had only moistened existing water flows, either descending from the sky or assisting from the side. But now, she needed to become that guiding force. She slowly pressed her hands against the lowest point of the riverbed and closed her eyes. Her divine sense no longer searched upward for moisture in the air, but instead spread downward and outward like countless slender roots. She felt those weak underground currents, they were wandering and disordered, like lost lambs. Her divine power, the soaking power derived from dew and the connecting power of mist, now transformed into a gentle yet firm guidance. She did not command by force, instead, like a patient shepherd, she used her own aura to comb through those scattered water veins, smoothing the obstacles in their path and guiding them to draw near and merge. At first, the sand and stones deep in the riverbed merely became damp and darkened in color. Then, a faint trace of water seeped out, struggling to crawl forward a few feet before appearing to exhaust its strength. Dacria was not impatient. She continuously and slowly output her divine power, like pushing a heavy spindle, allowing that trace of water to grow bit by bit, attracting more weak currents. Finally, with a nearly inaudible soft sound, as if the earth had breathed a sigh of relief, a small but continuous clear stream gushed from beneath her palms and began to flow joyfully along the ancient riverbed. Wherever the water passed, the parched earth made sizzling sound as it drank thirstily, and the withered grass roots on both banks turned slightly green at a speed visible to the naked eye. This newborn stream was like a silver thread, sewing this dead land back together. The stream godhead condensed here. It represented guidance, connection, and continuous nourishment. However, as she followed the stream downstream, she found its end was a massive depression filled with giant gray rocks. The stream water leaked away rapidly after flowing in, unable to form an effective accumulation. Life here still could not truly take root. It needs a source that can continuously surge and form a core. Dacria stood in the center of the depression and once again sank her mind into the earth. This time, she searched deeper, aiming straight for the core of the ley lines. She was no longer just guiding surface water, She was looking for that point that would allow water to surge naturally from the inside out. This required more exquisite perception, like a physician searching for the most critical acupuncture point. She mobilized her understanding of the frost guard, condensing her divine power like a needle to probe the cracks in the rocks. She then used her insights from the rainbow connection to resonate with the deeper water veins. Fine beads of sweat broke out on her forehead. The consumption of divine power far exceeded that of guiding the stream. Just as she felt her strength flagging, her divine sense finally touched it. A ley line node rich in moisture, sealed by dense rock layers. This is it. She concentrated all her mind and divine power onto a single point, like water dripping through stone, gently but tenaciously impacting that rock layer. This was not destruction, but dredging, it was an awakening. Puff! A clear breath, seemingly from the lungs of the earth, rang out. Before her, a spring suddenly broke through a thin layer of rock and surged up jubilantly. The spring water was clear and sweet, containing a rich aura of life, and it quickly gathered into a small, clear pool in the depression. After the pool overflowed, it formed a new, more stable stream that raced toward the distance. The spring godhead was born here. It symbolized the resurgence of the source, the awakening of inner vitality, and creation from nothing. She stood by the pool, watching her reflection ripple in the water along with the blue sky, her heart filled with peace and satisfaction. Meanwhile, far away within the divine palace atop Mount Othris, it was a different scene entirely. Cronus and Rhea had just finished a moment of intimacy. Rhea leaned lazily in her husband's arms, her face flushed with the glow and satisfaction of their union. However, this tenderness did not last long. She keenly felt that the arms holding her were somewhat stiff, and Cronus's breathing was not the steady rhythm of post-fulfillment, but carried an imperceptible, suppressed urgency. She looked up at her king, her brother, and her husband. Cronus was staring up at the stars twinkling on the temple dome. Within those divine eyes capable of cutting through time, there was no post-passion laziness, only a bottomless gloom. His brow was slightly furrowed, as if he were listening to some unsettling echo from the distant future. Ray's heart sank bit by bit. She knew him all too well. Ever since he held the sickle and accomplished the feat of patricide, ever since that vicious curse from the sky descended upon him, something had taken root in the depths of his heart and grew stronger as time passed. He wasn't enjoying the peace after pleasure, he was seeking confirmation. Confirming that his power was still great, confirming that his rule was still stable, confirming whether that potential threat originating from his bloodline had quietly sprouted. Every union with her, after bringing a moment of indulgence, was immediately followed by this deeper unease and suspicion. He feared that the curse would come true, he feared the unknown fate he had devoured. Rhea gently placed her hand over his clenched fist, trying to dispel that coldness with the warmth of her palm. "My king," she called softly, her voice carrying an imperceptible tremor, "what are you thinking about?" Cronus snapped back to reality, his gaze sweeping across her concerned face like lightning. That look was sharp enough to almost pierce her soul, as if he were scrutinizing whether she was also involved in some conspiracy against him. But in an instant, that sharpness vanished, replaced by a weary mask. "It is nothing," he said deeply, withdrawing his hand and sitting up. "I was merely pondering a few laws recently presented by Themis regarding the definition of the divine realm's borders." A lie. Ray's heart felt as if it were being squeezed by a cold hand. She read the unspeakable fear in the depths of his eyes, fear of her, and fear of the children they might have in the future. He embraced her and shared her bed, but in his heart, her identity as a wife was gradually being overshadowed by the terrifying shadow of being the mother of future traitors. She watched him rise, put on his divine robe, and walk out of the hall to inspect his kingdom, which was maintained by fear and power. His broad back was still full of the majesty of a god-king, but in Ray's eyes, it revealed a desolation and paranoia of a man standing alone. She lay alone on the still warm bed. The previous joy had long since vanished, leaving only boundless coldness and apprehension. She instinctively touched her flat belly, and a wave of immense sorrow and fear swept over her. If she truly conceived life again, what would it bring for this child, for herself, and even for the seemingly stable Titan pantheon? Would it be hope, or the beginning of destruction? Inside the temple, the warm radiance remained, yet it could no longer dispel the cold shadow in the depths of Ray's heart, brought by the one closest to her. Since bidding farewell to Mother Goddess Gaia at the center of the earth, Dacria's circuit had become increasingly quiet and focused. She walked through mountains and fields, and the divine power flowing from her fingertips was no longer satisfied with merely condensing dew and mist. Instead, it probed deeper into the texture of the earth, sensing the silent flow and blockage of water veins between the warm soil and the cold rock layers. Her understanding of streams grew daily, and she was already able to guide more small water veins back to their original paths. However, she knew in her heart that this was still merely dredging along existing routes, rather than the work of a true source. One day, she came upon a strange woodland. On one side was a dense forest overgrown to the point of vines strangling each other to death due to the residual grace of divine blood. On the other side was a wasteland that had completely turned to sand, its vitality nearly severed because the earth's spiritual veins had been shattered by the war of gods. An invisible line carved life and death apart, like a hideous scar on this world that had yet to heal since the war of gods and giants. What caught Dacria's eye was a grove of nearly withered ancient trees at the edge of the wasteland. They were the remnants of an ancient forest, their roots running deep, yet they were at the end of their strength due to the diversion of underground water sources. She could hear their profound, final longing for the water of life. She pressed her palm against the trunk of the tallest ancient tree, whose bark was already cracked, and cast her divine sense downward like a net. The underground scene became clear in her heart. The water veins were not entirely absent, but were blocked by an invisible, dense rock layer formed by the impact of divine power, scattered and unable to surge upward. A spring was needed. A source that could break through this obstruction and bring true recovery to this land. She selected a point and condensed her divine power like a cone. She did not use brute force to impact it, but rather used the all-pervading resilience of water to seek out the smallest fissures in the rock layer, gently yet firmly penetrating and loosening them. This process was slow and exhausting. Fine beads of sweat broke out on her forehead, and the faint light flowing around her body dimmed slightly. However, just as her divine power was about to touch the core of the sealed water source, a clear trajectory of karma suddenly appeared in her godhead, like ripples spreading from a stone thrown into a quiet lake. If this spring were opened, its surging water vapor and the movement of the earth's veins would cut off half the source of a stream to the southwest. That stream, she had sensed before, nourished a reed wetland where nymphs frolicked, shallow yet full of joy. Dacria's hand hung suspended in midair. On one side was the collective prayer and inevitable extinction of thousands of ancient lives before her. On the other side was the silent elegy of the nymphs in the distant wetland who were about to lose their paradise. In her silver-blue eyes, the desolation of the ancient trees before her was reflected, as was the clarity of the distant stream. This was a choice with no winner. She remained silent, her fingertips trembling slightly. Eventually, that trembling turned into a quiet determination. She pressed her hand against the ancient tree trunk once more, her divine intent communicating. Ancient friend, I must borrow the vitality of flora you have accumulated over 1,000 years as a guide to break through the rock barrier and save the thousands of your kin behind you. The price is that you will fall into a century-long slumber, appearing as withered wood. Are you willing? The ancient tree was silent, but one last curled, withered leaf drifted leisurely down to rest in her palm, carrying a sense of magnanimous tranquility. As you wish. Divine power surged once more, this time with a sense of irrevocable resolve. Using the massive vitality sacrificed by the ancient tree as fuel, mixed with her own clear divinity, she transformed it into a gentle drilling force. Peesh. A muffled but pleasant sound of cracking came from underground. Immediately after, a spring of extremely clear water, containing a rich aura of life, burst forth from beneath her palm, surging several feet high before falling and quickly gathering into a crystal clear pool before her. The spring water flowed joyfully, quickly soaking the parched sandy ground. The withered ancient grove sprouted new green at a visible rate, and the massive vitality spread from the pool toward the wasteland. The spring godhead was perfected here. It symbolized the awakening of the source of life and the creation of vitality in desperate straits. Dacria's face was pale and her divine power was nearly exhausted, but she did not stop for a moment. Her figure turned into a glimmer of light, appearing in an instant beside the stream to the southwest whose water level had already begun to drop. Without a moment's hesitation, she looked up at the sky and forced out a wisp of the purest rainbow origin from her godhead, containing the true meaning of connection and hope. When that seven-colored light left her fingertips, the radiance around her body dimmed by several degrees. With this as an offering, let it moisten in place of the spring, continuing forever without end. The rainbow light merged into the void at the stream's source, transforming into an eternally existing rainbow bridge of light that constantly drew moisture from the air. It became a new, gentler, and more lasting source for this stream, making up for the loss caused by the birth of the spring. At the very moment the stream regained its stability, the surrounding water vapor suddenly became heavy and cold, carrying supreme majesty. Tethys' incarnation condensed from the shimmering water flowing across the sky. She stood suspended above the stream, her gaze like eternal ice, looking directly at Dacria. Shaking the order of the water veins I have set, all for a dying forest. Dacria, you have overstepped. Her voice carried no anger, only a heart-chilling coldness that stated a fact. Dacria bore that massive divine majesty, panting slightly due to her divine power depletion, yet her back remained straight. She met Tethys' gaze and replied calmly. I have seen the karma and have already paid the price. If you deem this an overstepping, I am willing to bear the consequences. But my divine office does not allow me to sit idly by while life perishes in droves before my eyes. Tethys' gaze swept over the small rainbow bridge acting as a substitute, and a nearly imperceptible flicker passed through her icy eyes. She said no more, her incarnation quietly dispersing, leaving only a warning that echoed in Dacria's divine soul. Remember your choice. The balance of nature cannot be maintained by a mere burst of compassion. This conflict did not make Dacria shrink back. Instead, it allowed her to recognize the meaning of her path more clearly. She continued her circuit, digesting the insights from her confrontation with Tethys and integrating them into new practices. Not long after, she came to a great river with a slow flow and dark color. The flora on both banks were yellow and wilted, and a faint smell of fishy rot permeated the water vapor. It was not a toxin, but rather some kind of inert impurity that had settled in the water, obstructing vitality and causing the river to lose its former vigor. This was not something Tethys' authority could purify, for it concerned not the volume of water, but the quality. Dacria stood by the riverbank, reached out a finger, and lightly touched the turbid water surface. The pure water godhead was stirred accordingly. She did not attempt to use a massive amount of clean water to dilute and flush it, that was the method Tethys might employ. Her divine power was like the finest sieve, and also like a clear sound awakening a sleeping consciousness, penetrating every drop of river water. She guided the inert impurities in the water to slowly settle and separate. At the same time, she injected the qualities of recovery and purity from her divine power into the essence of the water, like sowing seeds. The process was so slow it was almost tedious. There were no world-shaking scenes, only the river water gradually becoming transparent and light under the influence of her divine power. The dark color faded, restoring its original clarity. The plants along the banks seemed to receive long-awaited rain, stretching their leaves once more and radiating a healthy green. A few small fish that had been hiding in the mud at the bottom of the river tentatively swam into the now clear current. Just then, the water light gathered again, and Tethys' figure appeared silently in the air above the river. She looked down at the transformed river below, her face showing for the first time an expression clearly different from the last time, one of inquiry and confusion. You spend such a long time and so much effort just to make this river look clearer. Her voice was still flat, but it had lost some of its coldness and gained a degree of genuine doubt. Diverting it into the Styx fissure or bringing in the sea tides to flush it would have solved this in an instant. Dacria withdrew her finger, her face slightly pale from the continuous divine power output, but her gaze was clear and firm. Diverting it into a fissure means the filth still exists, just abandoned. Bringing in sea tides to flush it means the filth is transferred elsewhere, the disaster has not disappeared, just changed its place of arrival. She looked toward Tethys with a peaceful gaze. My method may be clumsy, but the filth is decomposed and settled here, returning to the earth, rather than becoming a calamity elsewhere. True purification should not be displacement, but dissolution. Tethys fell silent. She gazed at Dacria, then at the reborn river and the vitality radiating from both banks. This goddess who governed abundant water sources realized for the first time so clearly that the existence of water, besides being a power and a resource, seemed to possess another attribute concerning the essence of life that she had never deeply considered. She made no further comments. Her incarnation once again turned into clear flowing water, merged into the great river, and quietly departed. But this time, she left no warning or admonition. A subtle mutual recognition, based on the essence of their respective divine offices, was quietly established in this silent exchange. Tethys still governed the vast volume of water and the laws of its distribution, while Dacria, beneath those laws, had carved out a domain belonging solely to her, concerning the purity and vitality of water. Their paths remained different and might even diverge again in the future, but a grudging respect based on strength had already taken root. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Greek Mythology, From Dewdrops to Gods. Part 2. Time flows silently beneath the feet of the gods. Since those two encounters with Tethys, Dacria could clearly feel a change in the will contained within the surrounding water vapor. That omnipresent gaze, filled with scrutiny and pressure, gradually dissipated, replaced by a kind of silent watch. She continued to patrol the land, guiding streams, awakening springs, and purifying filth. But certain changes were occurring in the subtle details. First, Dacria came to the banks of a surging river. This river was one of Tethys's primary water veins. Previously, whenever she approached, she could always feel a faint rejection from the water, as if the entire river were enforcing some silent ban, refusing the entry of her divine power. When she reached her hand toward the water surface as usual, preparing to purify a river bed clogged with rotting aquatic plants, the expected resistance did not appear. The river water submissively accepted her divine power, and even, faintly provided a boost. The originally tough sense of obstruction at the blockage quietly loosened, as if an invisible hand had pre-cleared the most stubborn parts for her. She completed the purification smoothly, and the clear current joyfully poured into the river bed once more. The entire process was so smooth it surprised her. Sensing something, she looked up toward the upper reaches of the river, where the water shimmered but no deity was in sight. Yet Dacria knew that the goddess who governed the abundant waters must be watching her from some dimension and had tacitly permitted her actions. Second, in a vast range of hills lacking water due to geological shifts, Dacria discovered a nearly dried up underground water vein. Just as she was preparing to expend great effort to guide a deep layer vein, she unexpectedly found an extremely subtle diversion point on a tributary of a major water vein that shouldn't have existed. This diversion point was so exquisite that it could perfectly draw a small stream to nourish these hills without ever affecting the abundance of the main water vein. This was by no means a natural formation, it was more like a trivial backdoor, deliberately left by some supreme authority. Dacria looked at the diversion point in silence and, without hesitation, guided that, permitted, flow of water to moisten the parched earth. She understood that this was not a gift, but a tolerance based on rational calculation. Tethys was telling her in this way, I see your needs, and I have granted the minimal convenience without affecting my order. This was not kindness, but a way to prevent her from again taking extreme actions that would shake the main water veins. What surprised Dacria the most was the third time. She had originally planned to head to a valley in the east where there were reportedly water issues. But as she passed a small stream, the water unusually swirled at her feet. Amidst the ripples, a blurred image was projected directly into her mind. It was a scene of a swamp in the north, where beneath the foul, stagnant water, newborn water spirits were struggling in agony, their cries for help barely audible. This was not a request, but more like a precisely delivered piece of information. Dacria immediately changed direction and rushed to that swamp. After she spent her energy purifying the swamp and rescuing the water spirits, she could feel that the gaze belonging to Tethys, which had always lingered in the background, quietly withdrew. It was as if a superior, after issuing an instruction and confirming the task was received and completed, no longer paid it any mind. These changes were subtle yet certain. Tethys did not speak with her, nor did she reveal her avatar. But Dacria clearly perceived that a strange, non-verbal, working relationship had been established between them. Tethys still considered her stubborn and unreasonable, but acknowledged her ability and the usefulness of her existence. This goddess who governed the macro order began to view her as a special existence capable of handling specific, micro problems. As Dacria walked upon the vast land once more, she felt her connection with this world deepen by another layer. She was not only a healer but, to some extent, had also become a special component within Tethys's harsh system of water order, a gentle variable that was permitted to exist. This relationship could hardly be called friendly, yet it carried a peculiar efficiency. Dacria gained more opportunities to fulfill her divine duties, and Tethys's perfect water system also became more resilient due to these subtle repairs. An awkward symbiotic relationship based on mutual utility quietly formed between the two goddesses. They still walked on completely different paths, but the trajectories beneath their feet would occasionally, briefly, and silently converge. Deep within the God King's palace, a strand of unprecedented, soft vitality quietly sprouted. It originated from Queen Ray's womb, faint yet resilient, like the first sprout breaking through the soil beneath a blanket of snow. This was the continuation of her and Cronus's bloodline, the legitimate heir to the Titan pantheon. When Rhea first clearly sensed the tiny life force connected to her own soul, a vast and pure joy she had never experienced before flooded her. It was a delight rooted in biological instinct, the most direct resonance of Gaia's bloodline with creation and nurturing. Subconsciously, she placed her hand on her still flat abdomen. A divine glow circulated around her, warmer and brighter than ever before. She could not wait to share this unparalleled joy with her king, her husband. However, Cronus, seated upon the throne of time, felt his body stiffen for an imperceptible moment the second he sensed the fluctuations of his offspring's life force. He did not show the excitement or tenderness of a first-time father as Rhea had expected. Instead, a cold, viscous chill, like toxic mist rising from an abyss, instantly seized his divine core. That newborn, weak aura of life brought no hope. Instead, it acted like a key, violently swinging open the cage that imprisoned his deepest inner fears. Uranus's spiteful curse, like poison-tipped thunder, exploded once again within his soul. You, too, shall be overthrown by your own children. This curse was no longer a mere sound. It had transformed into an invisible brand, a nightmare that accompanied his every breath. At this moment, this newborn aura made the brand burn white hot, making the nightmare feel incredibly real. He looked at Rhea, at the cloudless, hopeful light filling her face. Reflected in that light, the shadows in his heart seemed even darker. He could not understand, let alone share, her joy. In his eyes, that was no longer the fruit of love, but a potential traitor, a future rebel who would raise a banner to cast him into Tartarus. A cold, hard, fear-filled thought reared its head from the depths of his heart like a venomous snake. Devour it. Before this child is born and possesses the strength to threaten me, devour it. Strangle the threat in its cradle. The thought was so contrary to all morality, so hideous and terrifying, yet it carried a twisted allure of finality. As long as he swallowed it, the threat would vanish, the curse could not be fulfilled, and his throne would be eternally secure. Once the mad thought was born, it quickly took root and grew wildly. Rhea keenly noticed Cronus's abnormality. The gaze he cast toward her abdomen held no fatherly love, only a sharp, cold scrutiny akin to a predator eyeing its prey. That gaze made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, and her heart full of joy was instantly frozen. She subconsciously took half a step back, shielding her belly with her hands. A terrible premonition, like an icicle, pierced through her heart. Cronus, her voice trembled, filled with unbelievable dread. Cronus abruptly withdrew his gaze, his face quickly covered by a forced, heatless calm. It is nothing, he spoke stiffly, his voice dry. I just suddenly sensed a slight disturbance in the river of time. You, go and rest well. He stood up and left the inner hall almost as if fleeing, not daring to look at Rhea or the child in her womb again. He feared that the fear and killing intent hidden deep in his eyes would completely expose the terrible decision he had just made. Rhea stood alone, the divine light around her flickering unsteadily due to her turbulent emotions. The joy from moments ago had been replaced by a massive sense of unease and chill. She stroked the unconscious little life in her womb that still emitted a pure aura of vitality, and a mixture of maternal protectiveness and deep anxiety for the future tightly enveloped her. She knew that from this moment on, some things had changed completely. What she was nurturing was no longer just hope, but a fragile spark that could ignite everything. Meanwhile, Dacria, who was patrolling far away on the earth, felt a slight but clear throb in her heart without any warning. She stopped and clutched her chest. A hint of confusion flashed through her silver blue eyes, which then turned into a deep realization and heaviness. That perception came so suddenly and vividly. On one side was a vigorous, joyful power of creation, while on the other was a cold, devouring will filled with fear and destruction. These two forces collided violently atop the distant divine mountain, creating ripples that penetrated space and struck directly at her divine core. She could sense it not because she was vaster than Oceanus or wiser than Koios, but because of her unique essence of existence. She was the tears of Gaia, the crystallization of the deepest pain the Earth Mother endured under the tyranny of the sky. Her divine core was the frozen memory of Pan itself. This gave her the highest and most primal sensitivity among all gods to all pain, oppression, and fear in the world, as well as the negative emotions when the joy of life is stifled. At this moment, memories from another world surged in her mind, rapidly overlapping with her current perception. She knew what this meant. Cronus had developed killing intent toward the child in Ray's womb. Not at some point in the future, but now, at the very moment life had sprouted, that evil thought of devouring had already taken root. This realization made her skin crawl. As a transmigrator who knew the mythological fate, she had always thought the tragedy of the father eating his children would happen at some definite point in the future. But now she understood that the fulfillment of a curse is never an instantaneous event, it grows quietly amid daily suspicion and fear. The legends she knew were becoming reality at this very moment. Sensing something, she looked toward Mount Othrys, her clear eyes filled with complex emotions. She knew what kind of ordeal Rhea was enduring and what fate awaited the yet unformed child. Even more terrifying, she knew this was only the beginning. This knowledge brought no sense of superiority from foresight, only a heavy feeling of powerlessness. She lowered her head, looking at the patch of fresh green she had just awakened with the power of the spring. Healing the scars of a piece of land might be easy, but how could one mend the abyss cracked open by fear in the heart of the God King? She did not know the answer, but a thought became increasingly clear in her mind. She had to go to the divine mountain. Not to change anything, but perhaps simply to accompany that mother who was going through an ordeal. In this silence before the storm, it was the only thing she could do in the tiny outpost belonging to the goddess of healing that she had to defend. When Dacria ascended Mount Othris, the afternoon of the divine realm was filled with an eerie tranquility. Sunlight spilled through the layers of clouds onto the white jade divine palace, yet it could not dispel that invisible sense of oppression. She walked along a familiar path toward Ray's bedchamber, her flowing long dress brushing against the ground with a faint sound. The nymphs outside the bedchamber bowed respectfully and made way when they saw her. There was obvious worry in their eyes. These nymphs serving the queen of the gods knew better than anyone the unusual atmosphere within the bedchamber lately. Dacria paused before the doors of the bedchamber. She didn't need to push them open to feel the complex emotions permeating within. The joy brought by new life was like the warm spring sun, yet it was shrouded by a thick layer of dark clouds. Rhea, she called out softly, her voice carrying through the doors. After a moment of silence, the door opened from within. Rhea stood behind the door, her face wearing a deliberately maintained calm, but deep within those eyes that always held a gentle smile, there were hidden traces of redness that were hard to conceal. Dacria, Ray's voice was slightly raspy as she stepped aside. Why have you come? I sensed some fluctuations, Dacria said, entering the bedchamber and choosing a tactful explanation. Her gaze fell upon Ray's still flat lower abdomen, where she could clearly feel the aura of a life growing vigorously. Are you all right? Ray's hand instinctively moved to her abdomen, showing a forced smile. I am fine. This child is very quiet, not as lively as his father. She tried to lighten her tone, but it only made it seem heavier. Dacria sat down beside Rhea, not rushing to press her. She simply sat there quietly, letting the healing divine power flowing around her act like a gentle stream, softly soothing this space. The sense of oppression permeating the bedchamber seemed to ease slightly. He has been coming back very late recently, Rhea suddenly spoke, her voice very soft as if afraid of disturbing something. He says he has many administrative affairs to handle. But I can feel, he is avoiding me. Dacria noticed that Rhea used the word avoiding, rather than busy. This showed that Rhea was more clear-headed than she was willing to admit to herself. Perhaps he just needs time to adjust. Dacria chose a gentle phrasing. After all, this is your first child. Yes, the first child. Ray's gaze was somewhat dazed. He was once so expectant of a child's arrival. When we first united, at the beginning of our bloodline connection and shared divine authority, he always said he would make our child the most noble existence in this world. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the corner of her clothes. But now, when he truly feels the child's aura, I see fear in his eyes. The bedchamber fell into silence. Dacria could feel Ray's internal struggle. This intelligent and wise queen of the gods had clearly noticed the abnormality, yet she preferred to choose avoidance. Perhaps I am overthinking things. Rhea suddenly forced herself to cheer up, her tone becoming light. As you know, nurturing life makes our senses sensitive. Cronus, he is just too concerned about this child. After all, he is the king of the gods and has too many things to consider. Dacria watched Rhea, seeing how she deceived herself. This queen of the gods didn't fail to understand, rather, she understood too well, so well that she didn't dare face the terrible truth. Her love for Cronus had become the thickest silk cloth blinding her eyes. I dreamed of this child's future appearance yesterday. Rhea suddenly changed the subject, a genuine tenderness appearing on her face. He has eyes as deep as his father's, yet he is even gentler than I am. She will be a kind child, Dacria, I can feel it. Dacria's heart tightened slightly. She knew who this unborn child would be, Hestia, the goddess of the hearth and home. Just as Rhea had dreamed, she was indeed the gentlest and kindest existence among the gods. He will be loved by all beings, Dacria said softly. This was the only comfort she could give that wasn't a lie. Ray's eyes lit up as if grasping at a life-saving straw. See, even you say so. How could such a child possibly? She suddenly stopped, not finishing the sentence, as if merely thinking of the possibility was a betrayal of the unborn child. Outside the window, the setting sun began to sink, stretching the shadows of the divine palace very long. Dacria knew it was time to take her leave. As she stood up, she gently held Ray's hand, injecting a wisp of the purest healing divine power into her body. This was not to treat any injury or illness, but merely to soothe the soul of a mother struggling between love and fear. If you have any need, I am always here, Dacria said. Rhea squeezed her hand back tightly, a flash of gratitude in her eyes, but she quickly returned to that deliberately maintained calm. Thank you for coming to see me, Dacria. But everything will be fine, you must believe that. Dacria took one last look at Rhea. The Queen of the Gods stood in the darkening bedchamber, hands protecting her lower abdomen, as if guarding a beautiful dream that could shatter at any moment. Upon leaving the divine palace, Dacria encountered the returning Cronus at the end of the long corridor. The King of the Gods' gaze lingered on her briefly, and there was no warmth in those eyes of time. What are you doing here? His voice was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable pressure. Visiting Rhea, Dacria met his gaze calmly. She needs company. Cronus's eyes flickered slightly as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just looked away coldly. What the Queen of the Gods needs most right now is quiet rest. He strode past her without looking back. Dacria stood in place, clearly able to feel the cold and resolute aura emanating from him. That was the aura of someone who had already made a decision. The path down the mountain seemed exceptionally long. Dacria looked back. The divine palace in the twilight was like a magnificent cage, imprisoning a mother's hope and a father's deepest fear within. She knew that the next time she came, everything would be different. Leaving Mount Othris, which resembled a magnificent cage in the twilight, Dacria's heart seemed tainted with a lingering gloom. Ray's fear beneath a forced smile, Cronus's decisiveness within his cold scrutiny, and the hidden shadow of fate beneath the pure vitality of the unborn child, all of this wove into an invisible net, making her feel a heaviness originating from her divine instincts. The power of healing could soothe the wounds of the earth, but it struggled to reach the walls of the heart built from fear and suspicion. She needed to distance herself from this whirlpool of power, returning to the world's most primal laws to find inner peace. She also needed a deeper understanding of power itself, whether used for protection or for resistance when forced. A mysterious pull, stemming from her desire for the deeper mysteries of the forms of water, guided her steps toward a realm where legends said even the wind would be frozen, the far north of the world. When she finally stepped onto this land covered in eternal ice and snow, an unprecedented shock swept through her senses. Time here seemed frozen. As far as the eye could see, there was only pure white, and even the howling gales appeared dull and powerless. Standing atop a 10,000-foot ice cliff, the breath she exhaled didn't even have time to take shape before it condensed into fine ice crystal dust in the air. A bone-chilling cold enveloped her, creating a violent conflict and resonance with the warm life-giving divine power flowing within her, which originated from dew and streams. She had once used her divine power to condense frost to protect plants, but the cold here was a more absolute force of silence and killing, closer to the world's origin. However, within this extreme harshness, her divinity felt a strange calling. She saw snow falling all over the sky, light and quiet, covering all things and returning noise and filth to pure white. This was Theosolent healing, of snow, protecting the sleeping vitality of the earth by covering it, smoothing out all sharp edges. Yet, when she focused her mind on a single snow crystal, she could sense the biting sharpness contained within the edges of that exquisite hexagonal structure, sufficient to shred fragile life in a gale. Snow is a gentle blanket, but also a ruthless whetstone. She walked across the 10,000-year-old ice field, beneath her feet a layer of indestructible ice. This ice was the rampart of absolute protection, isolating the lethal cold and protecting the faint light that might exist deep within, Its mirror-smooth surface reflected the sky and herself, bringing the revelation of self-reflection. However, its edges could be as sharp as a divine weapon, and its cold could freeze blood and shatter souls. It was itself the coldest, defensive weapon. Ice is the amber that preserves hope, but also the coffin that ends activity. She stood upon the ice cliff, her silver blue eyes reflecting the boundless pure white. She slowly raised her hand, no longer merely guiding, but attempting to merge and define. Above the palm of her left hand, snowflakes gathered submissively, not in a violent swirl, but forming a rotating, breath of snow nurturing, that emitted a peaceful healing aura. This massive breath contained a power of extreme tranquility, capable of calming restless ley line energy, soothing frenzied souls, and even slowing the deterioration of wounds. This was the protective aspect of ice and snow. Meanwhile, at her right fingertips, the cold condensed to the extreme, and water molecules in the air were instantly shaped into countless ice crystal blades as thin as ox hairs, their edges flashing with lethal cold light. They hovered silently, the surrounding air seemingly frozen and sliced, emitting a threat sharp enough to make even those with low-level divinity feel a stinging pain. This was the killing aspect of ice and snow. Two powers of completely opposite natures now coexisted harmoniously under her control. They were born from the same source, both originating from her understanding of the laws of cold, and her mastery of the ultimate solid state of water. The snow divinity and ice divinity reached complete perfection here. They were no longer simple imitations of natural phenomena but were endowed by her with clear will and direction, serving as both an extension of healing and the sharp teeth and sturdy shield required for protection. She understood that true healing was not unprincipled gentleness, sometimes it also required the power to cut off the source of pain and the determination to protect fragile life from violation. Her path of healing, after incorporating the dual characteristics of ice and snow, became more complete and resilient. At the very moment this enlightenment reached every corner of her divine soul, the originally restrained glimmer around Dacria suddenly became bright and profound. It was no longer a single clear light of water, but a transparent brilliance that seemed to contain endless ice and snow, interwoven with the warm flowing colors that nurture all things. A surge of divine power, far more majestic and condensed than before, erupted outward with her as the center. Beneath her feet, the thick snow on the ice field silently melted and instantly froze again, turning into a mirror-smooth ice crystal ground that reflected her transformed figure. The blizzard circling in the sky seemed smoothed by an invisible hand, becoming submissive and orderly, drifting down slowly around her like humble subjects worshipping a newborn monarch. She could clearly feel that the core of her divinity had become more stable and vast. If her divine power had previously been like a mountain stream, clear but easily influenced by the outside world, then at this moment, it had converged into a deep and steady river, possessing its own greater strength and a firmer direction. Intermediate divine power. She had officially stepped into this realm that represented the watershed of a deity's power. At the instant these opposing yet unified powers took root in her divine soul and her divine power completed its promotion, that more fundamental torrent of laws descended once again, clearer than ever before. Cold and heat. She saw that what drove the existence of this world of ice and snow was that omnipresent cold which tended toward stillness and cessation. And what contested it, yet also coexisted with it, was the heat buried deep in the earth's core, flowing in bloodlines, and even existing in sunlight. She stood in the extreme cold, yet her palms seemed to touch both the cold extinction and the warm vitality simultaneously. These two opposing poles were not just in conflict, they shared a dynamic balance that created all things. She did not attempt to control this grand law, as it was far beyond her current reach. But she began to understand that her healing, her protection, and even the silent killing inherent in ice and snow she had just realized, might have their higher level manifestation in the regulation of this world's local balance of cold and heat. Dacria slowly withdrew the divine light around her, but those silver blue eyes were brighter and deeper than ever before, as if they contained a tranquil ocean after a storm, possessing both a gentleness that embraced all and a majesty that brooked no violation. Standing on the transformed ice field, she knew she was different. This newborn power was both a greater responsibility and a more solid reliance when facing the unknown storms of the future. She turned and looked south again, her gaze no longer filled only with compassion, but adding a touch of calm resolve. She might not be able to change the fear in the God King's heart, nor directly reverse the trajectory of fate, but she possessed more diverse powers to protect what she wished to protect, whether in the harshness of nature or in the divine storms that might soon arrive. After ascending to intermediate divine power, Dacrea's perception of the world's moisture became sharper and broader than ever before. She could hear that in the vast world, water did not only exist in the silence of ice and snow or the flow of streams and springs. A more frenzied form of water, filled with primal power, had been roaring at the edge of her perception, a form conquered and driven by extreme heat. Following the pull originating from her godhead's instinct, her footsteps left the eternal ice fields and moved toward lands scorched by subterranean fire and celestial light. She came to a desolate basin where the ley lines had been fractured by an ancient war of the gods. The earth was covered in bottomless cracks, with searing subterranean fire and toxic fumes surging from beneath, charring the rocks like coal. The pungent smell of sulfur filled the air, and the few remaining puddles boiled violently under the high temperature, letting out pained hisses. Here, water manifested itself in a violent form she had never seen before. It was no longer nourishing rain and dew, nor was it protective ice and snow, but roaring, tumbling, searing white steam filled with destructive energy. Dacrea stood on the edge of a massive fissure. The searing air currents caused the cool divine power circulating around her to vibrate. She had once thought her understanding of water was deep enough, but this form of water, completely enslaved and enraged by heat, was a brand new and unfamiliar territory to her. She recalled her experience in controlling mist. Mist was the gentle diffusion of water vapor, whereas this violent white torrent, nearly tearing the air apart, was steam, mist's uncontrolled, angry brother under extreme heat. She carefully extended her divine sense, attempting to contact this rampaging steam. Unlike guiding docile streams or condensing serene ice and snow, this force was full of untamed wildness. As soon as her divine power approached, it was like cold water dropping into boiling oil, provoking an even more violent reaction and rejection. She immediately understood that forced pacification or control would not work. She had to understand its expansive force and impact energy originating from heat. She no longer tried to resist that searing heat. Instead, she simulated her own divine power into a similar nature, carrying a hint of gentle warmth. Like a patient horse trainer, she attempted to draw close and resonate with the steam's wild pulse. At first, the process remained difficult and dangerous, as the searing air currents nearly burned her divine sense several times. But she persevered, gradually capturing the fluid characteristics belonging to the essence of water beneath that violent exterior, except that this fluidity was accelerated and intensified to the extreme by heat. Gradually, a miracle occurred. A stream of steam that had been spraying chaotically and burning all surrounding living beings began to be combed by her divine power as if by an invisible palm, becoming less chaotic and destructive. She even tried to guide a portion of the heat-carrying steam into a rock fissure that had been hardened and drained of life by excessive yin cold. Peesh. Searing steam poured into the cold fissure. The drastic temperature difference triggered a slight popping sound, but it also brought change. The hardened rock layer was impacted by the heat to create tiny cracks, activating deep underground moisture. A faint, warm, and moist breath began to permeate from the fissure. Although it was far from reaching the point of nurturing life, the absolute deathly silence had been broken. Now was the moment. A brand new Godhead imprint, accompanied by a profound understanding of the law that water rises when heated and surges with stored power, crashed into the core of her divine soul. The steam Godhead was perfected here. It represented neither creation nor protection, but transformation and driving, transforming the serene form of water into a searing force full of kinetic energy. This power could be used to dispel severe cold, revitalize dead lands, and drive change, but similarly, if it exploded out of control, it would be searing destruction, suffocating mist, and an impact that tore everything apart. At the very moment she successfully guided the steam and her godhead was perfected. A gaze fell from the incredibly high heavens. That gaze was young, searing, and full of vitality, carrying undisguised curiosity and scrutiny. It was like a newborn star that already possessed endless light and heat, noticing a wonderful phenomenon on the earth for the first time. Dacria suddenly looked up. She saw that behind and to the side of the magnificent sun chariot driven by Hyperion, an even more concentrated and searing solar wheel was suspended in the sky. Within the solar wheel, the outline of a young and handsome god was faintly visible. He had long hair that flowed like molten gold and eyes that seemed constructed from pure light and flame. Helios. This newborn Titan descendant, who would command the sun chariot in the future, was clearly attracted by the scorched earth below steaming with white vapor and the goddess standing in the center of the vapor, whose body actually circulated a strange balance of water and fire power. His gaze held inquiry and perhaps a hint of surprise that someone could actually understand and guide the power of steam, which was closely related to the sun's heat. He did not speak, nor did he descend. He just watched quietly, as if observing an unprecedented and interesting experiment. The pure light and heat he radiated made the steam power Dacria had just become familiar with seem even more active and docile. Dacria could feel that there was no malice in the young sun god's gaze, but the essence of pure light and heat itself carried an invisible pressure. She nodded slightly as a greeting, then withdrew her divine power, and the guided steam gradually calmed and dissipated. Seeing this, Helios's flame-like eyes seemed to flicker slightly, as if he had noted her existence. Then, that concentrated gaze moved away silently, just as it had appeared, merging back into the sky's radiance. But Dacria knew she had been seen by this future sun god. In this realm where light and heat dominated the day, her existence, especially her successful realization of the steam godhead in her touch upon the law of heat, had already attracted attention. She stood on the gradually cooling scorched earth, feeling the newly perfected, violent godhead within her that represented the heat side of water, as well as that subtle sensation of having been watched by the sun. The exploration of water's forms, the poles of cold and heat, seemed to be leading her toward a future more closely related to these gods who wielded the world's great powers. Helios's gaze was like sunlight itself, warm yet carrying a weight that could not be ignored. That gaze lingered on her for a moment, as if evaluating a novelty, before it quietly withdrew just as it had appeared, merging into the vast radiance of the sky. Dacria stood where she was, still feeling the subtle sensation of being watched. After ascending to intermediate divine power, she had more confidence, but she also understood that her exploration of the powers on the heat side had attracted attention. She composed herself and continued to consolidate her newly realized steam divinity amidst the scorched earth and ground fissures, attempting to maintain inner clarity within that heat and clamor, taming the violent power of steam into guidable energy. Time passed during her cultivation. However, at one seemingly ordinary moment, an extremely violent and ominous fluctuation, like the sound of silk being torn, suddenly pierced through space and slammed hard against the core of Dacria's divinity. That fluctuation originated from the distant Mount Othris. It was not a physical impact, but a wail and throb at the level of laws. A pure, warm divine aura full of vibrant vitality, like a newborn flower bud suddenly blooming with all its fragrance, was mercilessly covered, swallowed, and annihilated at the very moment it reached its peak by a cold, greedy, and terrifying power that carried the sense of the end of time. That feeling was like the only light source in the darkness being forcibly snuffed out, like a joyful musical movement being forcibly cut off at its climax. It was Cronus. He had devoured his first child. Despite having known this cruel plot long ago and having rehearsed it countless times in her heart, when this tragedy was truly branded into the depths of her soul through divine perception, Dacria still felt a suffocating palpitation and a bone-chilling anger. This anger and pain stemmed from the deepest essence of her divinity. She was born from Gaia's deepest pain and shame. She was the solidified memory of trauma itself. The sufferings of this world, especially those originating from injustice and tyranny, would directly strike her divinity, making her feel them as if her own scars were being torn open again. Healing was not just a priesthood to her, but a way to calm the resonance of her own divinity and confirm the meaning of her existence. At the same time, her soul from another world was also trembling violently. The conscience nurtured by modern civilization, the indelible sympathy for individual suffering, and the spirit of intervention where man triumphs over nature made it impossible for her to view such a tragedy with indifference like most gods of this world. She knew it was wrong, and that it could and should be avoided. The knowledge of the future brought not a sense of superiority, but a heavy responsibility and a feeling of powerlessness. What was devoured was not just a newborn deity, but also Ray's first and purest love and hope as a mother. She could imagine the despair and heartbreak Rhea was suffering now, far worse than physical pain. Her promise to Gaia and their emotional bond also made it impossible to ignore Ray's pain. She stood still, her fists clenched so tightly that her fingertips turned white. The newly born ice and snow divine power within her body spread uncontrollably, condensing fine ice crystals around her, and the scorched earth beneath her feet was instantly covered in a layer of frost. Meanwhile, the steam divine power surged in her chest, carrying a scorching rage that wanted to burn everything down. She almost turned into a streak of light to rush toward the divine mountain to question and prevent everything that followed. But her rationality as a transmigrator, along with her clearer understanding of power levels after ascending to intermediate divine power, held her back firmly. She could not go. Even with intermediate divine power, she was still like a firefly to the full moon when facing the god King Cronus, who controlled time and held the god-slaying scythe. Impulsiveness would be meaningless, aside from exposing herself and adding to the sacrifices. That cold sense of powerlessness swept over her again, stronger than ever before. She had the power to heal mountains and rivers, yet she could not soothe the deep scars in a mother's heart. She understood the trajectory of fate, yet she was powerless to change the first step of this tragedy. After a long time, the divine power surging around her finally calmed down. The ice and snow melted, and the steam grew silent. But deep within her silver-blue eyes, something soft seemed to freeze and harden along with them. It was a calm, unshakable determination. She looked up toward the divine mountain, her gaze seemingly piercing through endless space to see the lies and sorrow playing out in that magnificent palace. How would Cronus comfort or rather, deceive Rhea? Would he concoct a lie about the child being born weak and dying young, or would he pin the blame on a non-existent external enemy? She didn't know the details, but she knew the outcome. Rhea would believe it, or rather, choose to believe it. Under absolute power and emotional dependence, she could only swallow this bitter fruit until the day she could bear it no longer. Not enough. My power is still far from enough, Dacria whispered to herself, her voice sounding exceptionally clear and cold on the empty scorched earth. This was not just an emotional vent, but a clear realization. Her divine power growth model was very special. It stemmed from every sincere consolation and every deep resonance with the world. The more deeply she understood pain and healed wounds, the faster and more steadily her power grew. Her concern and actions were perfectly aligned with her pursuit of power and the realization of larger goals. Kindness and power must form a positive cycle here. Healing requires power. Protecting requires even more power. And in the future, if she wanted to overturn certain tragedies, she would need power sufficient to shake the rules. She gave the divine mountain a deep look, then turned resolutely away, walking in the opposite direction toward the world's scars that needed her more and would allow her to grow faster. Her circuit was no longer just a fulfillment of her priesthood, but a silent accumulation, a wordless preparation for war. This was a war against the injustice and pain inherent in the world's essence, and it was the path she had to take to seek self-realization and redemption. She needed more insights, stronger divine power, and a deeper understanding of the world's laws. She wanted to make the dew more vibrant, the ice and snow more sharp, and the steam more powerful, letting cold and heat reach a more exquisite balance in her hands. She settled all her compassion and anger into the motivation to move forward. Every step she took became more firm. The epic of the goddess of healing. At this moment when the god king first raised his slaughtering knife against his offspring, quietly added a heavy and resolute undertone. She knew this was only the beginning, but she had made up her mind that this would never be the eternal ending. After sensing the tragedy of the first devouring on the sacred mountain, Dacria's patrol took on a sense of silent urgency. She was no longer content with just healing the scars before her, but began to more actively and deeply explore the forces that formed the foundation of the world, cold and heat. Walking upon the glaciers of the far north, she no longer viewed ice and snow merely as tools for protection or slaughter, but attempted to understand the law of cold itself, which inclined all things toward stillness and stasis. She allowed her divine sense to merge into the ancient ice, feeling how molecular motion was slowed to a near halt, experiencing the absolute silence that even froze time. The chill flowing from her fingertips was no longer just a creation of divine power, it began to carry a hint of the law's majesty. However, she clearly perceived that, unlike the authority of heat, which was almost monopolized by the sun, the authority of cold appeared scattered and silent in the world. It existed in polar winds, deep-sea currents, and winter's desolation, yet lacked a powerful and concentrated core symbol like the sun. This helplessness and dispersion of power mirrored her state of mind when facing the tragedy of the sacred mountain, perceptible, yet difficult to coalesce into a force strong enough to turn the tide. This increasingly profound mastery of the fundamental laws caused a subtle change in the aura surrounding her. She seemed to have become a miniature domain of balance. Wherever she passed, excessive heat would quietly turn mild, and abnormal cold would slightly warm. This change was extremely subtle, yet it could not be hidden from those beings who wielded relevant macro-level powers. Finally, as she stood atop a snow-capped mountain peak and successfully transformed the harsh chill of a blizzard into gentle snowfall that nourished the permafrost, that familiar, blazing gaze descended once more. This time, the owner of the gaze did not hang high in the sky. Golden spots of light, like fireflies drawn together, rapidly converged not far in front of Dacria, condensing into a slender and dazzling figure. Helios had descended in his true form. He was still young and handsome, his long hair of molten gold seemingly woven from liquid sunlight. His eyes, constructed of pure flames, curiously observed Dacria and the strangely balanced field around her. "I have been observing you for a long time, goddess of dew and healing," Helios spoke, his voice like sunlight piercing through layers of ice, carrying a warm and direct power. "Your behavior is quite peculiar. You wield ice and snow, but not to bring deathly silence. You guide geothermal heat, but not to create incineration. You are balancing them." His gaze seemed able to see through to the essence. "You seem to have mastered an ability to finely adjust the ratio of cold and heat on a microscopic level." Dacria felt a slight chill in her heart, but she did not panic. She calmly met his gaze. "This is where my divine duty lies, Helios. Excessive heat brings scorching, and excessive cold leads to deathly silence. I am merely smoothing out these excesses." In that case, Helios's glowing eyes shimmered slightly as he proposed an unexpected direction. "Can your understanding of cold be applied to places where light cannot directly reach?" Dacria was slightly taken aback. Helios raised his hand and pointed toward the moon, which was beginning to radiate a clear glow as it slowly rose from the east. "My sister, Selene, her moonlight chariot traverses the night sky, ruling over the realm of cool silence. Moonlight itself is not cold, but the nights it illuminates, especially the dead of night, are when the power of cold is most active, yet also most chaotic and disordered. He looked at Dacria, his eyes filled with the clarity of discovering a new tool. Her domain requires tranquility, but disordered cold sometimes breeds ominous ice monsters or makes the night air, which should be gentle, far too biting. Maintaining the proper coolness and peace of the moonlit night, rather than deathly silence and danger, is not a strength of my light and heat. His proposal became clear. What he valued was not her sharing the authority of heat, but the refined control and balancing ability she displayed over the power of cold. Perhaps, Helios's voice carried a trace of subtle gentleness as he sought assistance for his sister. Your power can bring a more orderly cold and a more stable peace to Celine's realm of tranquility. And I can act as your introducer. An orderly cold is better than a chaotic bitter chill, Dacria responded solemnly. If the moon goddess does not object, I am willing to do my best to make the cool moonlit nights more peaceful. Helios nodded, a hint of satisfaction appearing on his face. His figure once again turned into countless golden spots of light and rose into the sky, but he left a promise: I will inform Celine. When the moonlight is at its peak, watch for her invitation. Dacria stood atop the snow mountain peak, looking up at the night sky. A new path unfolded before her, not to compete for authority, but to become an indispensable regulator, using her unique power of balance to serve the subtle areas that grand authorities required but could not tend to themselves. Her power had finally found a fulcrum that could simultaneously temper her understanding of cold and heat while embedding her into the core divine network of the world. Ever since that time on the scorched earth, when she was scrutinized by the scorching gaze cast from the heavens, Dacria had felt an invisible pull. This pull originated from the subtle resonance generated at the level of laws after that contact, clearly pointing toward a domain that was the polar opposite of the sun's light and heat, yet shared the same cosmic foundation, the cool moonlight. When she crossed a boundary like a ripple of water and stepped into the realm of the moon goddess Selene, the scene before her was not one of perfect tranquility. The silver-shrouded laurel forest was still exquisite, but Dacria keenly perceived that the moonlight in some areas was like shattered glass, flickering with unstable, minute-cold glints, while the shadows in other corners were too deep, settling with an uncomfortable sense of stagnation. The cold here lacked guidance, presenting a primitive and chaotic state of disorder. Celine's avatar coalesced beneath a laurel tree. Her beauty carried an eternal sorrow, but at this moment, within those star-like eyes, there seemed to hide an imperceptible fatigue. She looked at Dacria with a scrutinizing gaze, but also with a touch of preliminary acceptance based on Helios's recommendation. He mentioned you to me. Celine's voice was ethereal and fleeting, not mentioning Helios by name. He said you can understand the flow and transformation of power. Her gaze fell upon Dacria. Tell me, ancient deity, what do you see in my realm of moonlight? Dacria did not avoid that scrutinizing gaze. Her silver blue eyes met it sincerely as she replied softly, I see sorrow beneath the tranquility, goddess of the moon. Not your own sorrow, but the labor pains this realm is enduring from the outside world. These discordant cold glints and stagnant shadows are like abrupt noise in a perfect movement, they do not belong here. A flash of surprise crossed Celine's eyes. She hadn't expected this deity's perception to be so sharp and her words so direct. Can you calm them? She asked, her tone devoid of emotion. I cannot guarantee the eradication of the source. That may be beyond my power, Dacria said candidly. She raised her hand, clear divine power swirling around her fingertips. But I can perhaps try, like dredging a clogged stream or smoothing out wrinkled silk, to let them return to the tracks they should flow upon, so they no longer sting the peace of this land. Then, please let me see your guidance. Celine nodded slightly. Dacria closed her eyes, spreading her divine consciousness like the finest net. She no longer viewed the cold as a weapon, but as energy that needed understanding and guidance. She walked toward an area where cold glints flickered, her fingertips lightly touching the void as if soothing startled spirits. See, they do not intend to destroy, she explained softly while guiding her divine power, as if talking to herself yet also to Celine. They have simply lost their way. Too sharp only because they have nowhere to go, too stagnant only because they lack flow. What they need is not a stronger suppression, but a gentle guidance. Under the grooming of her divine power, those restless cold glints gradually became docile. Their light was no longer piercing but merged softly into the surrounding moonlight. The stagnant icy cold was also slowly dissolved, like a frozen river thawing under the spring sun, beginning to flow minutely once more. Celine watched quietly. The ice crystal mist around her seemed to become even softer as those ripples were calmed. Your method is very unique, she finally spoke, the sense of detachment in her tone lessening. You listen to them rather than command them. This is different from many deities who wield great power. Because I know well the feeling of discomfort. Dacria withdrew her hand, a flash of complex emotion crossing her eyes. Whether of the body or the soul. My birth originated from an unspeakable pain. Healing them, to some extent, is also soothing myself. These candid words caused Celine to fall silent for a moment. Then, she gifted Dacria a teardrop-shaped silver gemstone. This object contains a wisp of pure moonlight. It may dispel the turmoil in your heart when you need tranquility. This was a gesture of gratitude based on the problem solved and a touch of resonance. Just as Dacria accepted the moon-tear gemstone and felt the tranquil power within, a familiar, heart-palpitating fluctuation once again came from Mount Othris. It was a newborn divinity carrying the aura of abundance and growth, which, at the moment of its blooming, was once again swallowed by that cold and greedy power. The second devouring had occurred. Dacria's hand holding the moon-tear gemstone suddenly tightened. That cold sensation now seemed to carry the residual warmth of that heartbroken mother on the mountain. She had just smoothed the ripples of the lunar realm, yet on the sacred mountain, greater chaos and pain continued to create tragedy. Again, she thought to herself, a mixture of anger and powerlessness surging in her heart. I am here carefully smoothing the tiny disorders of the laws, while the existence creating the source of chaos sits high upon the divine throne, strangling the future time and again. She raised her head and looked at Celine. A clear flash of sorrow and disgust appeared in the moon goddess's eyes, but it soon faded into silence as she sighed softly. The rhythm of life has been interrupted once more. Her voice carried a fatigue born of being accustomed to tragedy. Can we only watch like this? Dacria couldn't help but ask softly, her words carrying an imperceptible tremor. This was not a confused plea for help, but an interrogation suppressed to the extreme, a resentment toward this predetermined path of fate, and a venting of the powerlessness of all deities, including herself, who could only stand by at this moment. Celine gave her a deep look, her gaze complex, as if evaluating the true meaning behind the ancient deity's words. Otherwise what, ancient one? Her voice remained ethereal but added a touch of realistic hardness. Charge up the sacred mountain and question the God King. And then, can your power of healing be faster than his scythe of time, or can it soothe the fear rooted in his divine soul? Dacria remained silent, frost seemingly condensing in her silver blue eyes. She knew the answers, every answer pointed to inevitable failure and sacrifice. Sometimes, silent witnessing is itself a stance. Celine's figure began to blur, as if melting into the moonlight. Preserving oneself is the only way to wait for the opportunity for change. Before one's power is enough to shake the rules, surviving is more important than pointless shouting. As her voice fell, the moon goddess's figure completely vanished, leaving Dacria standing alone in the once again tranquil laurel forest. Celine's words echoed in her heart. She understood that these words were correct, realistic, and rational. But the conscience originating from her otherworldly soul and her instinct as a goddess of healing made her feel this necessary silence was an agonizing torment. She knew the ending yet was powerless to change the beginning. She longed to break the deadlock yet still needed time to grow. This lucid pain was far heavier than simple confusion. She looked down at the moon-tiered gemstone in her hand. Its cool radiance seemed able to slightly soothe her agitated mind. Yes, survive and grow strong. She must not only heal the mountains and rivers, in the future, she might also need to heal an era twisted by fear and tyranny. What that would require is power enough to shake the throne of the God King. Far away on the sacred mountain, within Ray's chambers. This time, there were no hysterical cries, but the grief was no less. Rhea held Cronus, her body trembling with sobs, but within her tears, there was already an undeniable mix of fear. Why? Cronus, why do our children always meet with misfortune? Her voice was choked with sobs, but deeper down was a faint questioning that even she was unwilling to think deeply about. That curse, is it truly so powerful that even you, my God King, cannot protect our own children? Cronus soothed her with lies more practiced than before, yet the arm embracing her carried an unquestionable force. Trust me, Rhea, my heart aches as much as yours. We will have more children, stronger children. Rhea leaned into his embrace, feeling the chest that once brought an infinite sense of security, which now only felt a piercing chill. The foundation of trust had developed its first clear crack. She was still willing, or rather forced herself, to believe his explanation, for it was her only emotional driftwood. But the seed of doubt had been buried deep in her heart with the disappearance of the second child. She was no longer purely immersed in the pain of losing a child as she was the first time. A deeper fear for the future and an instinctive unease regarding her husband's rhetoric began to take root and spread in her heart. The candle of hope was blown out once more, and this time, it not only took away the light but left behind a shadow where suspicion could breed. The road was still long, but the first step toward the ultimate break had already been taken. Dacria left the lunar realm and returned to the vast earth. Her circuit continued, but deep within those silver blue eyes, there was one less trace of hesitation and one more measure of calm resolve. Celine's reality had not extinguished her flame. Instead, it allowed her to see more clearly the direction she must travel and the power, not just compassion, required on that path. She brushed over a patch of land that had regained life because of her spring, feeling the vigorous vitality within. Healing and creation were the foundations of her existence. But protecting these beautiful things sometimes required power greater than creation itself. The edge of ice, the drive of steam, the balance of heat and cold, these were no longer mere accumulations of power, but the stairs she paved so that she might have the right to choose, in that destined storm of the future. Since returning from the lunar realm, the moon-tiered gemstone between Dacria's fingers had been emitting a clear glow. It intertwined with that faint sense from Helios, still in its observation period, giving her a more concrete understanding of the symbiotic relationship between light and dark, cold and heat in the world. She needed a deeper understanding of heat, of that solar power that drives all things yet also brings incineration. Her travels were no longer aimless. She began to intentionally or unintentionally draw closer to the lands beneath the path of Helios's sun chariot. She no longer waited for his dissipated power but took the initiative to feel how sunlight made the dew evaporate, how it warmed the streams, and how it made the earth grow scorching at high noon. Like a focused student, she read the blazing chapters written by the sun upon the earth. One day, she stood in an open valley, looking up at the magnificent sun chariot in the sky. She did not release her divine power, but simply opened her mind completely to accept and interpret that pure light and heat. She heard the vibrant resonance of light with the leaves of plants, and she also heard the searing anxiety of excessive heat accumulating on the rocks. Just then, that familiar, blazing gaze descended once more focused than ever before, carrying undisguised curiosity. Helios's figure did not fully manifest, but his will was like an invisible spotlight, enveloping the valley where Dacria stood. "You're reading my light." His voice rang directly in her mind, tinged with a hint of surprise. He had seen gods fear the sunlight, worship it, and utilize it, but he had never seen anyone so immersively interpret the subtle differences in the sunlight's impact on all things. Dacria was not disturbed by this sudden attention. She still kept her eyes closed, as if still immersed in that grand symphony of light and heat. She responded in her heart, her thoughts flowing like a clear spring. I am reading how life responds to your light, Helios. Not all responses are joyful songs, there are also moans of pain. I am trying to understand the boundaries. Boundaries. Intense interest emanated from Helios's thoughts, as if he had heard an entirely new concept. Yes, the boundary between nourishment and incineration, the boundary between warmth and scorching heat. Dacria finally opened her eyes, her silver-blue pupils looking toward that invisible gaze. Your power defines the day and drives life. But just as the moon has its phases, is there also a more delicate rhythm to your light? Rather than an eternally unchanging blaze. She raised her hand, not to guide divine power, but to make a gentle combing motion. For instance, at this moment, if you are willing, could you let the light passing over these fragile orchids slightly restrain a sliver of its heat, but not its brightness? Let them feel warmth, rather than endure scorching. This was an extremely bold request, nearly questioning the absoluteness of the sun's radiance. The will in the sky was silent for a moment, as if seriously considering this question that had never been asked before. Immediately after, Dacria clearly perceived that the torrent of light and heat enveloping the valley underwent an extremely subtle change. The total amount had not decreased, but the heat contained within the light shining on those orchids seemed to be precisely extracted by an invisible hand, while the essence of the brightness remained entirely unchanged. The orchids, originally slightly curled leaves unfurled at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was a refined control far exceeding dissipated power. It was Helios's direct response to her boundary theory and a silent demonstration. An interesting perspective. Helios's thoughts rang out again, the surprise having transformed into a deeper inquiry and recognition. You have made me begin to examine things I took for granted. He did not feel offended, but rather felt a novelty as if discovering a new continent. As the sun itself, the authority over heat was innate to him and closely connected. No existence could steal this authority from him, it was the cornerstone of his godhead. However, Dacria's actions were not theft, but rather a subtle exploration at the edge of the vast domain he ruled, one he had never thought of. This added a completely new dimension of scale and perception to the heat he wielded. A golden feather, condensed purely from light, warm but not burning, slowly emerged from the void and drifted into Dacria's palm. This feather is inscribed with the rhythm of the rising and setting sun. His voice carried the delight of discovering a kindred spirit. It may help you read the dialogue between light and life more clearly. Use it well. This was no longer a simple token of observation, but a key given based on the recognition of her unique abilities to understand the laws of the sun more deeply. An equal relationship of dialogue, based on respect for power and appreciation for wisdom, was truly established here. Just as Dacria took the light feather and concentrated on feeling the grand yet orderly solar rhythm contained within, that familiar, heart-palpitating fluctuation came from Mount Othrys for the third time, abruptly interrupting her realization. This time, the aura of the newborn divinity carried a sense of marital solemnity and the power of a vow. The light was like a golden bridge connecting two worlds, symbolizing a sacred bond. However, before this solemn vow could even declare its name to the world, it was strangled by the most trusted and intimate existence at the moment of its birth, dragged into a silent abyss. Dacria's hand holding the light feather stiffened slightly. The rhythm of the sun flowed in her palm, symbolizing open and upright order and promises, yet atop the sacred mountain, the most holy bond of marriage was easily torn apart by its guardian. This betrayal, more than the previous two, made her feel a sense of irony and chill at the level of the laws. She quickly gathered her mind, suppressing the faint ripples caused by sensing the tragedy on the sacred mountain. That was not a course she could change at this moment. Her path lay beneath her feet, in this light feather containing the mysteries of the sun, in a deeper understanding of cold and heat, and in accumulating enough power to break the deadlock at some future moment. She could no longer let every tragedy transform merely into powerless anger, she had to turn it into fuel for moving forward. Far away on the sacred mountain, within Ray's chambers. This time, Rhea did not shed tears. She just sat there quietly, looking at her empty arms, as if there should have been a child representing the crystallization of love and vows, Hera. Cronus stepped forward, trying to embrace her as before, using that same rhetoric about the curse to comfort her. Enough. Ray's voice was very soft, yet like a piece of ice, it slammed onto the magnificent floor. She raised her head and looked at Cronus. There was no fear in her eyes, no doubt, only a deathly calm. The curse again, right. A child who should have guarded the marriage vow had even the right to exist stripped away by the curse. The corners of her mouth hooked into an extremely faint, cold arc. It was not a smile, but the mark of a dead heart. Our marriage, what exactly did it conclude? Was it love, or a breeding ground for a curse that constantly devours our own flesh and blood? Cronus was intimidated by the icy deadness in her eyes and was momentarily speechless. He was used to her sorrowful dependence, her trembling fear, and even her numb acceptance, but he had never seen her in such calm despair. Rhea slowly stood up, bypassed him, and walked to the window, gazing at the eternal scenery of the sacred mountain. I am tired, Cronus. Not just my body, here, I am tired too. She lightly pressed her hand over her heart. Perhaps we should both have some peace and quiet. She did not argue or question, she simply used a ritualistic detachment to draw an invisible boundary between them. The vanishing of the marriage godhead, which symbolized love and union, seemed to have also drained the last sliver of warmth for this marriage from her heart. The hearth fire had not yet gone out, but what burned within it seemed no longer to be the firewood of love, but something colder and more resilient, a pure will to survive originating from the bloodline of the Mother of Earth. The emotional bond was freezing over. In the valley, Dacria took a deep look at the light feather and put it away. She no longer looked toward the sacred mountain but cast her gaze toward the wider world. Her travels began again, her steps steady. Helios's recognition and gift had opened a door for her to a deeper understanding of the world's laws, while the continuous tragedies on the sacred mountain served as silent alarm bells, urging her to move faster on this path. She had to grow faster, until her power was no longer just sweet dew that could only soothe wounds, but a true cornerstone that could participate in shaping the fate of the world. The light feather gifted by Helios emitted a constant warmth in Dacria's palm. Together with Selene's moon tear gem, one hot, one cold, they formed a subtle balancing force field around her. These two gifts from the masters of light and darkness became her best mentors and anchors. She was no longer satisfied with mastering heat or cold individually. Instead, she began attempting to weave them together with her original power of healing, like spinning different colored silk threads into a tougher rope. Her patrol destinations became more challenging. She actively sought out regions that had become extremely unstable due to ancient divine wars or conflicts of laws. In a massive rift known as the Graveyard of Elements, terrestrial fire and eternal permafrost from the poles clashed madly. One half was churning lava and scorching steam, while the other was deep blue ice that had remained frozen for eons. Turbulent energy currents tore through the air. Ordinary life and even lower divinities could not survive here for long. Dacria stood at the edge of the rift, her flowing water dress fluttering violently under the pincer attack of the searing wind and cold currents. She closed her eyes, her divine consciousness sinking into the inner universe within her body, constructed by multiple godheads. Tracing the source. First, she touched the most fundamental dew and healing godhead. That encompassing compassion and moisturizing power, originating from Gaia's tears, was the background and root of all her strength. Connection. The mist godhead then spread out, turning into an invisible sensory network that delicately probed into the chaotic energy field ahead, analyzing the direction, intensity, and conflict nodes of every wisp of heat and chill. It was like an extension of her nerves. Guidance. Next, the Godhead understandings of stream and spring, the mastery over flow, guidance, and the generation of sources, were applied here by her. She no longer tried to quell the grand terrestrial fire and chill, for that was beyond her. What she did was like clearing blocked water veins, guiding those excessively violent heat flows to detour slightly, allowing the stagnant chill to begin flowing slowly. She was combing the rivers of energy. Transformation and balance. At this moment, the newly realized godheads of ice and snow, along with the steam godhead representing restless heat, played a core role. Her left hand was surrounded by the solemn chill of ice and snow, not to resist, but to accept and soothe the excess heat, partially transforming it into a gentle warm current. Her right hand invoked the driving characteristics of steam, giving a touch of vitality to the accumulated chill, pushing them into a gentler energy exchange with the heat flows. This was an extremely precise operation, like threading a needle in a thunderstorm. Fine beads of sweat broke out on her forehead, and her divine power was consumed at an unprecedented rate. But gradually, within the small area she focused on, a miracle occurred. It wasn't that the ice and snow melted or the flames were extinguished, but rather that the intense heat and severe cold, which had been tearing at each other like mortal enemies, reached a dynamic and fragile balance under the guidance of her divine power. A warm, moist airflow began to circulate in this area. The lava remained scorching, and the ice remained cold, but at the edges of their confrontation, it was no longer just destruction. Instead, wisps of warm mist containing vitality were born. A tiny, almost imperceptible sliver of green quietly sprouted on a mist-shrouded rock at the edge of the rift. At this moment, the marks of the many godheads within her, the clarity of dew, the haziness of mist, the biting cold of frost, the brilliance of the rainbow, the cheerfulness of the stream, the vigor of the spring, the restlessness of steam, and the tranquility of ice and snow, resonated with each other, their lights flowing and intertwining even more closely. They were no longer isolated authorities but were gradually merging into a unique system of healing and balance laws, belonging to Dacria. She could feel that although her power hadn't surged, it had become more condensed and harmonious, and her understanding of the world's basic laws had deepened. Just as she was immersed in this mysterious realization of intertwined powers, that familiar throb, originating from her bloodline and the level of laws, once again pierced her heart like a cold needle through space. The fourth devouring. This time, the aura of the newborn divinity carried the heaviness of the earth and a faint scent of death, as if symbolizing treasures buried deep underground and the gates of the underworld. However, before this profound power could explore the domain it represented, it was completely devoured by the greed originating from the end of time the moment it sprouted. It was Hades. Dacria's hand guiding the energy didn't even tremble. She only slowly raised her head and looked toward Mount Othris, a very faint, cold cloudiness seemingly passing through her silver blue eyes. In that gaze, there was no shock, no questioning, only a deep, almost tangible determination. She continued her work, smoothing out the last bit of disordered energy to stabilize the fragile balance of that area. Then, she silently turned and left the graveyard of elements. The tragedy of the divine mountain was no longer an unexpected shock to her, but a normalized, sorrowful warning. Time and again, it reminded her of how powerless simple compassion was in this era ruled by power and fear. It was like an invisible hammer, constantly tempering her will and forging her desire for power into something harder. She did not return to any familiar areas but instead headed toward a barren region that even the Titans rarely set foot in, which was said to connect to deeper ley lines and primordial darkness. She needed more extreme environments and greater pressure to accelerate her weaving and growth. Cronus sat upon his throne as the god king, when the silver laws swirling around his fingertips suddenly produced a microscopic disturbance. He frowned slightly, his divine consciousness sweeping across the vast world, catching the faint aura of his fourth child that had just dissipated. He indifferently dispelled the slight irritation in his heart caused by the fulfillment of the curse and was about to continue handling government affairs when a piece of information from the shadows flowed into his consciousness. Within the information were blurred images of Dacria's recent activities, her brief encounter with the god of ocean currents, her figure guiding energy in the graveyard of elements, the increasingly solid balancing force field around her that even faintly tugged at basic laws, especially the strange rhythm of multiple godheads harmoniously resonating that flashed across her after she successfully calmed that chaotic land. Cronus's gaze darkened. This sister, formed from their mother's tears, whom he had never truly taken seriously, her growth rate and the peculiar ability she possessed to comb, or even balance, chaotic laws reminded him of an extremely unpleasant image. In that war that overthrew his father, it was she who found the weakest rift in the power of the sky. An ancient deity who could precisely find the weaknesses of laws and whose power was steadily growing, her existence itself was like a thorn. The god king's gaze pierced through the temple's dome toward the vast earth. A cold suspicion, like quietly spreading frost, congealed in his heart. He needed to know more clearly exactly what this goddess of healing was weaving. Next time, when the ripples of devouring came again, perhaps he should change his approach and invite this sister to come for a chat. Dacria knew nothing of this. She simply walked upon the increasingly desolate land, behind her the elemental rift that had just been granted a subtle balance, and before her unknown challenges. The light feather between her fingers was slightly warm, the moon tear in her bosom was cold, and the conviction in her heart was firmer than ever before. Her path extended beneath her feet, leading toward greater strength and toward the destined storm shrouded over the divine mountain. When the oracle arrived, Dacria was at the edge of the far north icefield, experimenting with gentle ice. It was a cluster of crystals condensed directly from a void rift, restructuring in her palm into the sigil of Cronus, a scythe lying across the triple boundary. There were no words, no heralds, only the pure will of the god king. Come to the divine mountain at once. This in itself was a gesture. No time for preparation, no explanation for the summons. Cronus was using this method to declare his absolute authority and the nature of this meeting. Not a conversation between monarch and subject, but an inquiry by a superior to an inferior. Dacria did not hesitate. She completed her experiment. That piece of gentle ice had successfully sealed a small cluster of aurora energy, which could be slowly released over the next 3 months to nourish the dormant life beneath the icefield. Then she tidied her appearance and retracted her law weaving to the level appropriate for an intermediate divine power. What must come will come. At the summit of the divine mountain, Cronus's divine realm was not a building, but an entire domain completely reconstructed by the laws of space. The logic of existence was subverted here. When Dacria took her first step, the ground beneath her feet extended upward, downward, and sideways simultaneously, as if space itself rejected the concept of a single direction. The air was filled with a low-frequency hum produced by overlapping dimensions, the residual structural tension from space being forcibly folded. She manifested in her full form as an intermediate divine power. A dew-like divine halo circulated around her, interwoven with veins of frost, veils of steam, and mists of rainbow light, yet all power was restrained in a controlled balance. Her robes were woven from flowing pure water, their surface rippling with faint light that resisted spatial distortion. At the temple entrance, spatial mirrors hovered silently. They were not living beings, but projections of the same existence in different dimensions, front, side, back, and even internal silhouettes appearing simultaneously. As Dacria passed, the gazes of all mirrors focused at once, emitting an overlapping sound like glass shattering and restructuring. The God King is waiting in the Hall of the Void. Dacria nodded slightly and passed through the spatial corridor. On both sides of the corridor were frozen spatial memories. Displayed here were imprints of existence personally selected by Cronus, the precise coordinates of when Uranus was wounded by the scythe, the positional distribution of the 12 titans when they first felt the sky's constraints, the complete structure of the room when Rhea held Hestia. Each scene was not just a picture, but a complete record including coordinates, energy fields, and spatial curvature. This was Cronus's archive of existence and his manifesto of rule. Everything that had ever happened had its exact place within his spatial memories. The entrance to the Hall of the Void was a geometric portal that constantly restructured itself, its surface flowing with silver structural cracks. Dacria stepped inside. The space within the hall refused to be understood. There was no continuous ground, no stable volume, only countless floating spatial fragments scattered in the void like broken mirrors. Between the fragments, transparent structures connected and broke like spiderwebs, forming paradoxical topologies. Some fragments mapped different locations, some displayed multiple dimensional sections of the same position, and others jumped and switched between different coordinates. This was the manifestation of Cronus's godhead, the core domain of his authority of space. In the center of the hall, the God King sat upon a throne composed of frozen spatial faults. His form was majestic and contradictory, his body occupied an absolutely stable coordinate point, yet the edges of his silhouette constantly radiated subtle cracks. His face remained at the peak of a titan in his prime, his gaze capable of piercing through dimensional mists. The spatial structure around the throne showed slight distortion, the price that had to be paid for defying the laws of procreation. On either side of the throne, space spontaneously formed two rotating boundary triangles, one expanding and one collapsing, symbolizing his dual mastery over spatial scales. Dacria. The God King's voice caused all spatial fragments to vibrate in unison. You have come with more composure than I imagined. I would not dare keep the God King waiting. Dacria bowed slightly. She knew that in this domain, any deviation in existence would be captured, located, and analyzed. Cronus did not respond immediately. His gaze, like a spatial probe, analyzed the form of her godhead across different dimensions. Dacria could feel that scrutiny. The authority of space was trying to decipher the composition of her divine power, evaluate the operating principles of her law-weaving, and the potential disturbance this ability could cause to the existing order. She did not resist, but neither was she fully open. Her law-weaving naturally formed a restrained, balanced structure, maintaining the dew and tears origin in a stable state of existence while allowing other authorities to manifest appropriately in different power environments. Interesting. After a long silence, Cronus spoke, his voice carrying a calculated calm. Your way of existence is forming a unique stability. Tell me, Goddess of Dew, is this balance intentional on your part, or a natural evolution? The question cut to the core, but the tone was like inquiring about a geometric theorem. Dacria chose her words carefully, reporting to the God King, it is the natural result of observation and learning. Water changes with its environment. I am attempting to understand the influence of different environments on the expression of power. Is it merely adapting to the environment? Cronus raised his hand slightly. The surrounding spatial fragments began to restructure, revealing a series of scenes. Dacria making ice and fire coexist in the same environment at a volcanic crater. Her delicate harmonization of different energy conflicts while entangling chaotic divine power fields after Titan battles. Her posture of equality during power exchanges while discussing with Helios. Even including her law-balancing operations while treating the lunar chill for Selene. Every image was analyzed from multiple dimensional perspectives as Cronus used his spatial authority to decompose them into basic units of existence. Dacria saw her own divine power composition displayed under a spatial microscope, the paths connected by laws, the nodes of authority conversion, and the subtle structures balancing opposites. These are not simple authorities of water. Cronus's voice remained calm, but every word was like a precisely cut spatial fault line. This is an intervention into the underlying rules. You are repairing distorted law connections and building conversion bridges between different energy forms. He paused, his gaze falling on Dacria's face. And this ability reminds me of something from a long time ago. The spatial fragments changed again, this time showing a scene from the Titanomachy. A young Dacria stood beside Gaia, eyes closed, her hand pressed against the earth. In the image, a faint blue light emerged from her forehead, seeping into the ley lines like threads to find, mark, and guide, eventually converging into a clear path pointing toward a weak point in the laws of the sky. You guided my sickle, Cronus said slowly, a subtle fluctuation appearing in his tone for the first time. At that decisive moment, at Uranus's most vulnerable position. Did Gaia tell you what that was? The Earth Mother said it was a scar, Dacria answered truthfully. A scar left on the Earth by the tyranny of the sky. A scar. Cronus repeated the word, a hard-to-decipher curve appearing at the corners of his mouth. Yes, a scar. But it wasn't just a physical crack, it was a wound at the level of rules, a rift created by the conflict between the laws of the sky and the laws of the earth. He stood up, and the spatial structure on the throne fluctuated accordingly. Cronus stepped down the dais, his footsteps creating spatial ripples in the void. With every step, his form changed subtly, sometimes younger, filled with the resolve of the god-slaying, sometimes older, carrying the exhaustion of years of rule, sometimes even presenting multiple states of existence simultaneously, a sign that his spatial authority was operating at full capacity. Do you know? The God King stopped 5 paces in front of Dacria, a distance that maintained majesty without appearing overly oppressive. I have repeatedly recalled that moment later on. Why was it you? Why could a minor power accurately perceive a rule rift of that level? Dacria remained silent. She knew this question required no answer. Cronus had his own deductions. Sure enough, the God King continued, at first, I thought it was just Gaia operating through you. But as time passed, and with these abilities you've shown, I began to have different thoughts. He raised his hand, pointing to the spatial fragments analyzing Dacria's weaving of laws. This is not a simple talent, this is a path. A complete path from perceiving rule rifts, to repairing rule distortions, and then to weaving new rule connections. And you are steadily advancing on this path. The spatial fragments in the hall began to accelerate their rotation, all images turning to the same theme. Dacria's various law operations, replaying over and over, analyzed from different angles. Cronus was using his authority to comprehensively evaluate her abilities, trying to understand the essence and potential of this power. This ability is very precious, the God King finally stated his conclusion, his tone betraying neither praise nor wariness, only pure evaluation. Precious enough to make me wonder, what can it be used for? To repair rule wounds caused by battle. To balance power conflicts between different domains. Or, to find the weak links in the ruling structure. That last sentence caused the atmosphere in the Hall of the Void to suddenly freeze. It wasn't a drop in temperature, but rather the flow of space becoming sluggish, as if the entire space were waiting for Cronus's next words. The images in the spatial fragments all went still, and the lines analyzing Dacria's abilities flickered with a dangerous light. I am not accusing you, Dacria, Cronus's voice remained calm, but beneath that calm hid an abyss of space. I am stating a possibility. When an ability exists, it will be used by its owner, or coveted and used by others. And your ability happens to touch upon the core fear of ruling, structural instability. Dacria looked up, staring directly at Cronus. She knew that any evasion at this moment would be interpreted as a guilty conscience. God King, my ability stems from the origin of my godhead. I am a solidified memory of pain. My instinct is healing, not destruction. I weave laws to better repair the wounds of this world. Instinct. Cronus repeated softly, a complex light flashing in his eyes. Do you know? When I held the sickle facing Uranus, my instinct was to end tyranny and liberate my mother. But when I sat on this throne, he waved his hand, and the spatial fragments showed the scene of him devouring Hestia, then Demeter, then Hera, Hades, With every devouring, the expression on his face changed. From initial reluctance and struggle, to gradual numbness, to final resolve and fear. Power changes original intentions, Dakriya. Ruling changes gods. And fear is the most powerful transformer. Cronus's voice lowered, showing traces of exhaustion for the first time. The harder I try to avoid Uranus's curse, the more I repeat his path. Not because I want to, but because fear shapes choices. This was the first time Cronus had analyzed himself so candidly. It wasn't a confession or a defense, but a statement of fact. He was trapped in a cycle of fear. The ability you possess now, the God King looked at her again, if used to analyze the structure of the God King's authority, if used to find weak points in spatial laws, if used to provide guidance for the next child who tries to overthrow their father, what would the result be? The question was as sharp as the blade of a sickle. Just as Dakriya was about to respond, a new wave of divine power penetrated the spatial barrier of the Hall of the Void. It was the fluctuation of childbirth. Rhea was about to give birth again. This fluctuation was stronger than before, carrying the unique rhythm of the ocean and an irrepressible vitality. Dakriya knew immediately that the one being born this time would be Poseidon, and Rhea's pain this time was tinged with an unusual despair, not a carefully calculated pretense, but a true, deep despair. Cronus felt it too. His expression froze instantly, and the images within the space fragments all turned to Rhea. Rhea cradling Hestia with tenderness, Rhea kneeling to beg him to spare Demeter in despair, Rhea's hollow eyes after giving birth to Hades. And this time, a new image began to form. Rhea struggling on the birthing bed, her expression not the complex mix of hope and schemes from previous times, but a pure sadness that almost drowned out everything else. A momentary struggle flashed in the eyes of the God King, the instinct to anticipate a newborn, the devouring urge dominated by the curse, some lingering pity for Rhea's pain, and the strongest of all, a fear that had almost become part of his godhead. The laws of space fluctuated violently around him, and the double severing triangle on the throne began to spin frantically. Dakriya's godhead instinctively resonated with the fluctuations of childbirth. She could feel Poseidon's powerful vitality, a deity destined to become the ruler of the ocean, naturally resonating with currents, tides, and storms. But she also felt the reason for Rhea's despair. This time, she could not protect this child. Poseidon's divine power was too distinct, too powerful, no disguise or substitute could hide his essence. The Hall of the Void began to change. The surrounding space fragments rearranged themselves automatically, showing the scene of the birthing room. Rhea lay on the birthing bed, her expression not one of pain but of sorrow, as if she already knew the end. Midwife goddesses surrounded her, and the air was filled with the scent of the ocean, a scent so strong and pure that it could not be forged. And then, the first cry of a new life. It was a cry loud enough to pierce through spatial barriers, carrying the resonance of the ocean, the omen of a storm, and a divinity that could not be ignored. Poseidon was born, carrying his innate ocean authority, a power so distinct and intense that any disguise seemed redundant and impossible. Cronus's expression became complex. He could feel that authentic oceanic divine power. It was his bloodline, his offspring, but at the same time, he could also feel Rhea's despair. The God King closed his eyes, his authority of space operating at full power. He was retracing, analyzing, and confirming the authenticity of every detail. The images in the birthing room were replayed repeatedly. Every detail of Rhea's labor, every movement of the midwife goddesses, every moment of Poseidon's birth, everything was real, with no flaws and no abnormalities. Cronus opened his eyes, which were filled with exhaustion and a certain resolution akin to relief. He knew it was true. He knew this child, Poseidon, was destined to be devoured by him, just like the children before. You may leave, Dakriya. The God King's voice regained its calm, but beneath that calm lay a bottomless exhaustion and determination. Dakriya bowed slightly. God King, it is over. Cronus's tone brooked no argument. Leave the divine mountain and return to your domain. Continue your healing work, but remember, some fates cannot be changed. The Hall of the Void began to repel her. Space fragments rushed toward her, and the surrounding spatial coordinates began to twist. This was an unquestionable order to leave. Dacria did not persist. She knew that any words at this moment were meaningless. She simply maintained her poise, allowing the space displacement to envelop her. In the final moment before leaving, she saw the image displayed in the space fragments. Cronus walking toward the birthing room, toward the crying newborn, toward the pathetic ritual he had to complete. Remember my words. Cronus's final voice came through, piercing the spatial barrier. Some scars are destined to exist, and some balances are destined to be broken. This is fate. The space displacement was completely finished. Dacria appeared in the eternal garden at the foot of the divine mountain, now separated from the summit by multiple spatial barriers. She looked up at the peak of the divine mountain shrouded in spatial mist. The fluctuations there were reaching their peak. The birth was over, Poseidon was born, and Cronus had made his choice. Dacria could perceive that Cronus had devoured him, truly and completely devoured him. The flowers in the eternal garden were cycling frantically. A loop formed by the influence of the divine power leaked from Ray's loss of emotional control, capable of experiencing all 4 seasons within a single hour. Dacria watched the flowers bloom and wither and bloom, a deep sense of powerlessness welling up in her heart. The 5th one. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and now Poseidon. 5 children, 5 lives devoured by fear. And Ray's despair this time was a true despair, devoid of hope. A low boom echoed from the distance, the resonance of the spatial laws fluctuating in a sign that Cronus had completed the devouring. Dacria could imagine the scene. The God King holding the newborn Poseidon, feeling that powerful oceanic divine power, and then performing the action he had already done 4 times before. This long tragedy had taken another step forward. Dacria turned and left the eternal garden, her pace steady as ever, but her heart was filled with complex emotions. She knew the trajectory of the myth. Poseidon would be swallowed, only to be spat out in the future to become the ruler of the oceans. But knowing it was one thing, witnessing the process firsthand, or rather, sensing it, still felt heavy. What concerned her more were Cronus's final words, "Some fates cannot be changed." The God King was speaking of Poseidon's fate, and also his own. Perhaps, he was also hinting at hers. Returning to her own temple, Dacria unfolded her law weaving, watching the glowing threads intertwine within her godhead. Her power was growing, her understanding deepening, and the things she could accomplish were increasing, healing the wounds of the earth, balancing chaotic energies, and even beginning to touch upon the repair of laws. Yet she could not change a predestined fate, could not stop Cronus from devouring his own children, and could not alleviate Ray's bottomless agony. Is this my limitation? She asked herself softly. The crystal grove shimmered quietly under the moonlight, every leaf storing dew. It was a sanctuary she had meticulously nurtured. But tonight, even this tranquility could not calm the ripples in her heart. She recalled Cronus's words, "Your ability is precious, precious enough that I must consider, what can it be used for?" The God King saw the value of her ability, but he also saw the potential danger. This attitude of being both wary of and needing her would be her future situation. Cronus would not easily move against her because her healing ability benefited the world. However, he would not fully trust her either, as her law-weaving ability could threaten his rule. This delicate balance required her to walk with caution. On a deeper level, Dacria began to understand the essence of Cronus's predicament. The God King was not a simple tyrant, he was a prisoner trapped by a curse, by fear, and by his own choices. Every time he devoured a child, he was reenacting the path of Uranus, and he knew it clearly. That sense of powerlessness, knowing one is walking toward a mistake yet being unable to stop, was perhaps more pathetic than pure evil. But this did not mean his actions could be forgiven. Dacria was very clear on this. Understanding did not mean agreement, compassion did not mean condonement. She closed her eyes and sank into meditation. In the depths of her consciousness, that solidified tear, the origin of her godhead, suspended quietly. It carried the pain and shame of Gaia being oppressed by Uranus, a frozen memory of trauma. But tonight, Dacria saw more within it. Not just pain, but hope. Not just memory, but possibility. Not just the tears of the past, but the dew of the future. My path is not to change a predestined fate, she said to herself, but to find different possibilities within fate, to create small healings within tragedy, to become a faint but steady light in dark times. This was her purpose as the goddess of healing and as the balancer. Moonlight spilled through the crystal dome, casting silver spots of light upon her law weaving. Those spots moved slowly, like an unstoppable progression, yet they could be understood, guided, and rewoven. Dacria opened her eyes, her gaze firm. She knew what would happen next. Rhea would give birth to her final child, Zeus, and this time, she would succeed. Replacing the infant with a stone, sending the real Zeus to Crete, letting the curts cover the cries with their dancing and the clashing of shields. That was the only successful substitution in the myths, a glimmer of a turnaround in this long tragedy. And her role. What would she play in it? Would Gaia need her help? Would Rhea trust her? How would Cronus react? These questions had no answers yet. But Dacria knew that when that moment arrived, she would be ready, not to change what was destined, but to protect what was possible, not to oppose an unassailable fate, but to weave her own path of healing and balance within the cracks of destiny. Atop the divine mountain, within the hall of the void, Cronus sat alone on his throne, his hands empty. Poseidon had already been swallowed, and that powerful oceanic divine power circulated within him. It was unmistakably his bloodline, the fifth offspring he had devoured. The God King's face was expressionless, but his eyes held a bottomless exhaustion. He waved a hand, and spatial fragments reorganized to show Rhea's current state. The Queen of the Gods lay on her birthing bed, her eyes staring hollowly at the ceiling. No tears, no cries, only a deathly silent calm. That calm was more chilling than any pain. It was the void after hope has been completely extinguished. Cronus watched this scene, silent for a long time. Then he closed his eyes, letting the space slowly envelop him. Deep in his consciousness, the power of 5 children circulated within him. Hestia's hearth fire, Demeter's abundance, Hera's authority over marriage, Hades's netherworld aura, and now the oceanic power of Poseidon. These powers were mighty, but also heavy. With every devouring, his godhead became more complex, more contradictory, and more unstable. Uranus's curse whispered within him, reminding him of how this would all end. But Cronus had grown accustomed to these whispers. Just as he had grown accustomed to the pain of devouring his children, to Rhea's despair, and to the loneliness of sitting upon this throne. Space extended slowly. The spatial fragments in the Hall of the Void continued to rotate, reflecting various possibilities in different places, dimensions, and positions. In some fragments, Cronus saw scenes of himself being overthrown. In others, he saw himself successfully avoiding the curse. In some, he even saw the figure of Dacria, the goddess of healing, the balancer, the variable who was weaving a different path. The God King opened his eyes and looked beyond the temple, toward the direction where Dacria had left. Where will you go, goddess of dew? He whispered to himself. On this established trajectory of fate, what kind of variables will you weave? There was no answer. Only the extension of space proceeded silently, fixing everything yet trapping everything. In the distant future, in a cave on Crete, an infant was about to be born. That would be the final child, and the only one to successfully escape fate. But that was a matter for the future. For now, there was only the lonely throne on the divine mountain and the never-slackening spatial structure. The conversation between Dacria and the God King has ended. Many readers might wonder why Cronus, who clearly detests Uranus's curse, that is, predestined fate, still keeps talking to the protagonist about fate. I see it this way. Every time Cronus devours a child, he temporarily avoids being overthrown by that child. But Rhea keeps getting pregnant, and fate returns to find him in a new form. He has begun to realize, even if he devours this child, there will be a next. Even if he devours all children, the curse might manifest in other ways. Rationally, he continues to devour because it is currently the only known way to resist. Emotionally, he has begun to doubt, is this really useful? Can I truly escape fate? Thus, while he continues to devour, he tells Dacria that fate cannot be changed. He has already begun to despair psychologically. For example, Cronus is like a patient who knows he has a terminal illness but still insists on chemotherapy. He knows the hope for a cure is slim, fate is hard to change, but he still undergoes chemotherapy, devouring the children, because it is currently the only known method that might be effective. What he said to Dacria is like this patient saying to a doctor, some diseases cannot be cured. It's not giving up on treatment, but expressing a deep-seated fear and exhaustion. The shadow of the sacred mountain had never felt so heavy. Rhea walked through the long, unattended palace corridors, each step feeling as if she were walking on the edge of a blade. Her palms remained protectively over her lower abdomen. It was still flat, but the Queen of the Gods had confirmed the signs of life that morning. The sixth time. This realization wrapped around her heart like icy chains. Unlike the previous 5 times, she did not weep this time. It had been 3 years since Poseidon's oceanic divine power last shimmered in her arms before being devoured by Cronus. Her tears had long since run dry. In their place was something harder, like a crystal formed under extreme pressure, cold, sharp, and indestructible. She exchanged her magnificent robes as Queen of the Gods for a simple, dark gown and walked out of her chambers barefoot. She removed the gold bangle from her wrist and placed it on the edge of the empty birthing bed, a birthday gift from Cronus that had once shone brilliantly when Hestia was born. Now, it was just metal, cold and heavy. The time guards outside the palace gates did not stop her. Cronus's surveillance of her had shifted from forced to indifferent. The king of the gods believed she had been completely broken, that the maternal instinct within her had died. This was the illusion she had meticulously cultivated over the past 3 years. A Rhea with hollow eyes, silent and withdrawn, who no longer resisted. She walked down the mountain path, calculating with every step. Cronus was currently in the hall of the time abyss, attempting to use his time authority to analyze the weaknesses in the curse of Uranus. Hyperion was patrolling the eastern horizon. Themis was handling divine law matters in the mountain temple. A 3-hour window was enough for her to reach the depths of the earth. Dacria was treating a wound on the earth that was still oozing blood due to the aftermath of a divine war. At this moment, she knelt at the edge of the festering land, her hands pressed against the ground. The authority of purified water seeped into the wound like a silver stream, washing away the corruption. The authority of frost formed a temporary barrier at the edges of the wound to prevent the curse from spreading. The authority of steam evaporated, purified, and transformed the foul energy, and her weaving of laws worked in the deepest layers, glowing threads, like needle and thread, stitching together the torn law structures and repairing the traumas at the foundation of the world. She had been working here for 7 days. The earth began to heal, the festering stopped, and even new, pale green moss began to grow at the edges. Just as she was preparing for the final stage of purification, the earth suddenly transmitted a peculiar pulse. It was not an earthquake, nor was it the natural flow of earth veins. It was a rhythmic vibration carrying a clear message. Gaia's summons. Dacria immediately stopped her work. She quickly finished sealing the wound, transformed her form into mist, and followed the guidance of the earth's pulse. The cavern was as vast as an ancient hall. Glowing crystals were embedded in the dome-like stars, warm springs formed shallow pools on the ground, and the air was filled with the scent of newborn ferns and moist soil. The flow of time here was different from the outside, slower, heavier, as if everything were soothed by the breath of Mother Earth. When Dacria stepped inside, she saw them. Gaia sat gracefully on a rock in the center of the spring, appearing in human form. Her figure was dignified, her long hair like vines of the night, her skin like soil covered in fresh snow, the gentle warmth revealing the stillness of the deep earth. Her eyes were like ancient obsidian, heavy with the weight of time and memory. She wore a robe woven from moss and crystals, draped loosely, her bare feet soaking in the spring, her posture as still as a mountain, and she radiated an aura of primitive and profound maternal instinct. Before her, Rhea knelt at the edge of the shallow pool, her hands protecting her abdomen, her spine as straight as an arrow about to be released. You have come. Gaia's voice did not come from her throat, rather, the entire cavern resonated. She looked at Dacria, her gaze heavy and insightful, as if she had long foreseen this moment. Dacria nodded respectfully and stood quietly to the side. She could feel the tension in the air, not nervousness, but a determination ready to be unleashed. Gaia's gaze returned to Rhea, those obsidian-like eyes seemingly capable of piercing through all facades to gaze directly at the flame that had not yet been extinguished in the depths of her daughter's soul. I have sensed it, Gaia spoke, her voice like the resonance of mountains, majestic and heavy. The one you carry in your womb is the last one. It was not a question, not a probing, but a statement of established fact. Rhea lifted her head, no tears in her eyes, only the cold light of tempered steel. Mother, the previous 5 times, I begged, I wept, I despaired. This time, I will not beg again. She moved her hands from her abdomen and pressed them against her heart. There is no softness left here to be torn. Only a resolve like bedrock. I want this child to survive, to let him live, to grow up, and to possess the destiny that is rightfully his. The cavern fell into a brief silence. The spring water flowed with a gurgle, and the crystals shimmered with a faint light. Gaia slowly rose from the spring. Water droplets rolled off her, each one blooming into tiny crystal flowers on the ground. She walked to Rhea, looking down at her, but her posture was filled with the majesty of a primordial god and the protection of a mother. Then listen, my daughter. Gaia's voice was as deep as tectonic movement. Cronus is the lord of time, but he sits upon my body. He can see the movement of light, trace trajectories, and analyze the folds of time, but the earth itself remains my domain. She raised her palm, and the entire cavern trembled slightly. The crystals on the rock walls lit up simultaneously, reflecting a complex map of the Earth's veins, those golden flows of energy like the blood vessels and nerves of the Earth. You must hide this child, not by stealing him from under his nose, but by building a fortress within my domain that even time cannot easily penetrate. Ray's breath hitched. Mother, are you willing? I am not willing, Gaia interrupted, her voice carrying the unquestionable dominance characteristic of a primordial god. I am declaring. In the era of Uranus, I chose Cronus as the sickle. Now, Cronus has been devoured by his own fear and has become the new tyrant. Therefore, I will choose a new blade. She turned, her gaze cast toward the depths of the cavern. The rock wall there parted automatically, revealing a smaller inner chamber. In the center of the inner chamber, a lump of moist soil was shaping itself, gradually revealing the outline of an infant, its face blurred, as if sleeping in a dream. This is the child of the earth veins, Gaia said. It will become a substitute. But the substitute is merely a facade. The true barrier is this land itself, and. Her gaze turned to Dacria. Dacria felt the weight of that gaze. Gaia walked toward her, each step causing new ferns and moss to grow on the ground. Dacria, daughter born of my tears. Gaia stopped a step away. You were born from my deepest pain, yet you chose the path of healing. Now, I need you to transform this power of healing into a shield of protection. Dacria bowed her head respectfully. Please, Mother Earth, give your command. 3 levels of work, Gaia's voice echoed in the cavern. First, perfect the substitute. Use your authority of purified water to wash every inch of it. Use your laws of balance to adjust its existential fluctuations, so that its resonance with Ray's bloodline reaches perfection, not imitation, but becoming, another reality. Dacria looked at the lump of soil. She could see the primordial source of the Earth Mother contained within, as well as the breath of divinity that Rhea had already infused. Second, renovate the cave on the northern coast of Crete. Gaia raised her hand, and a miniature topographical map appeared on the cavern floor, with a coastal cave glowing faintly. The water veins there need to be redistributed to form a natural energy vortex. The air humidity needs to be constant, the light refraction needs to exhibit specific anomalies. All of this must be completed slowly within 5 months, appearing as if it were a millennium of natural evolution. Dacria calculated quickly in her mind. This would require her exquisite control over all authorities of water, as well as a profound understanding of natural processes. Third, Gaia's voice dropped, carrying the coldness of a strategist. At the moment the substitute is devoured, creative, reasonable distraction, for Cronus's attention. Rhea couldn't help but speak up. Mother, this is too dangerous. Dangerous. Gaia turned to her daughter, a nearly imperceptible sharpness flashing in her obsidian-like eyes. My daughter, the moment you decided to protect this child, you already stepped into danger. Now is not the time to assess risk, but to calculate how to win. She looked back at Dacria. Deep within the Thessaly plains, there lies a fragment of the sky left over from the era of Uranus. Every 79 years, it resonates with the earth veins, triggering ripples of divine power. The next resonance happens to coincide exactly with the moment of childbirth. Dacria immediately understood. You want me to use that resonance as cover. Not just cover, Gaia corrected. A reasonable spatial disturbance. When Cronus devours, he instinctively scans the spatial existence of his prey to confirm the uniqueness of its coordinates. If, at that moment, a natural anomaly in spatial readings occurs in the Thessaly plains, of a scale sufficient to attract attention, yet not enough to make him suspect it is artificial, his perception will be briefly interfered with. And that window of interference will be enough for the real child to be placed into a sanctuary where the spatial coordinates have been disrupted by the laws of the earth. The boldness of this plan startled Dacria, but the absolute confidence in Gaia's statement made her feel an inexplicable sense of reliability. This primordial god was not taking a risk, but executing a precisely calculated strategy. I need the timing to be precise to the split second, Dacria said. The seventh breath, Gaia gave a clear instruction. The seventh breath after the devouring begins, the resonance between the sky fragment and the earth veins reaches its peak. You need to nudge it at that very instant with your laws of balance, not to create a new spatial anomaly, but to amplify the drift in readings that already exists. Turn a minor coordinate disturbance that would have occurred naturally into an event worthy of the Lord of Space casting a glance. Dacria silently noted it down. This required extreme sensitivity to fluctuations in divine power and absolute mastery over timing. So, do you accept this mission? Gaia asked. Not inquiring about her willingness, but confirming the executor's determination. Dacria looked at Rhea. The queen of the gods was watching her, and in those eyes that had once been filled with tenderness, later overflowed with tears, and now held only the resolve of rock and iron, there burned the final fire of hope. She looked again at Gaia, this primordial god who had given her existence, standing before her in full human form, setting up this game of destiny with an unquestionable posture. She remembered the source of her divinity, a solidified tear, bearing the memories of oppression, yet from which the desire for healing was born. I accept, Dacria heard herself say, her voice echoing clearly in the cavern. So that the new life may see the sun. Ray's shoulders trembled slightly. This time, it was not sadness, but a flood of relief and gratitude. Gaia nodded and turned to walk back to the center of the spring. She sat down again, her bare feet soaking in the warm water, her posture returning to the stillness of a mountain, as if that domineering declaration just now were merely the most natural of statements. Then, begin. Rhea, your divine blood. Rhea immediately cut her fingertip. A drop of golden divine blood dripped into the center of the soil substitute's forehead. The blood seeped in, and the texture of life began to emerge on the surface of the soil. Dacria, Gaia instructed, first, perfect the physical form. Dacria hovered her hands above the soil substitute. She invoked the authority of purified water. Pure streams of water surged from her palms, seeping into every inch of the soil, washing away all primitive traces belonging to the earth, leaving only the most neutral existential foundation. Next was the weaving of the life journey. She invoked the authority of streams to wash the imprints of the passage of time into the substitute's law structure, used mist to create reasonable blurring at key nodes, and used balance to adjust all structures, making them harmonize as one. The whole process lasted a day, and when Dacria withdrew her hands, the substitute on the stone platform already looked like a sleeping infant, its chest rising and falling slightly. Rhea reached out to gently touch the substitute's cheek, her fingertips trembling. It's too alike. But it is not enough, Gaia said calmly. It needs to undergo the process of childbirth. Dacria, next you must accompany Rhea to Crete to prepare the cave environment. I will use the pulse of the earth to cover your tracks, but the actions must be scattered, random, and show no pattern. She looked at Dacria. You will go to the vicinity of Crete multiple times in the name of healing the water veins, completing a part of the environmental renovation each time. In Rhea, Gaia turned to her daughter. You will go to Crete for the last time before childbirth to place the real child in the cave. I have already contacted the Kurts. They will use their dances and the sound of their shields to cover the crying. But the true barrier is the curtain of laws that Dacria will weave for the cave. Rhea bowed deeply. Thank you, mother. No need for thanks, Gaia's voice returned to the mountain-like steadiness. Go and execute. Time never waits for the hesitant. After leaving the sanctuary of the Earth's core, Dacria and Rhea went their separate ways. Rhea returned to the Divine Mountain to continue her role as the despairing queen of the gods. Meanwhile, Dacria immediately headed to the Thessaly Plains to conduct a field survey of the area where the sky fragments were buried. The plains were vast and desolate, but her perception could see the abnormal energy surging deep underground. The silvery white sky fragments were like stubborn thorns, driven deep into the brown ley lines. The ripples of energy produced by the conflict between the two pulsed regularly, like an arrhythmia of the earth. Dacria knelt on the ground, pressing her hands against the soil. Using her authority over frost, she condensed a tiny law crystal at the node where the energy conflict was most intense. This crystal was normally useless, but when she would inject specific balancing divine power into it at a certain moment in the future, it would act as a catalyst, precisely amplifying the naturally occurring energy ripples to the required degree. After completing the preparations, she stood up and looked toward the southwest. Crete was but a faint silhouette on the distant horizon. Over the next 5 months, she would travel back and forth frequently, using her authority to slowly transform a coastal cave, preparing the very first sanctuary for a yet-to-be-born godchild. The sea breeze blew across the plains, bringing a salty tang. Dacria clenched her fist, and the mark of Gaia in her palm grew slightly warm. A campaign orchestrated by the primordial gods themselves had already begun. And she, the goddess of healing born from tears and memories, would become one of the most crucial players in this battle. In the distance, the shadow of the divine mountain lengthened under the setting sun. And in the deepest part of that shadow, Rhea caressed her abdomen and whispered to her unborn child. This time, the entire earth stands behind us. On the night she returned from the sanctuary of the earth's core, Dacria did not return to her own temple. Standing at the edge of the Thessaly Plains, she watched as Ray's figure transformed into divine light and returned to the divine mountain under the moonlight. The queen's steps were firmer than when she arrived, a transformation after receiving her mother's support, the moment a despairing prisoner turned into a warrior. Dacria turned and headed west. Her first trip to Crete had to appear entirely accidental. 3 days later, in the southeastern waters of the Aegean Sea, A sudden undersea earthquake tore open the seabed, exposing a sealed ancient trench in the depths. The salty seawater mixed with the scent of sulfur, forming a vast expanse of toxic water, and marine life fled from this suddenly dead zone. This was indeed a naturally occurring event. Gaia controlled the breath of the earth, and such an accident was as simple for her as a human controlling the bend of a finger. But it was real enough that Tethys immediately sensed the anomaly. The ocean goddess's divine sense swept over the damaged area. This time, she did not issue a direct command but instead extended an invitation as an equal. Dacrya. Tethys's voice carried through the currents, her tone less distant than before and more pragmatic, based on an acknowledgement of strength. The seabed has been torn to the southwest. Would you be willing to assist? The pollution there requires delicate handling. Willing, this was a key word. It was no longer a command, but a request for cooperation. Dacrya replied respectfully, "It is my honor to share the ocean goddess's burdens." She traversed the sea in mist form, and upon arrival, she saw a scene of devastation. The fractured seabed looked like a gruesome wound, and the geothermal heat surging out reacted with the seawater to produce a large amount of toxic compounds. She did not act immediately but first spread her perception. A complete sensory network of intermediate divine power cast out like an invisible net, analyzing the composition of the pollution, its diffusion paths, and the best treatment plan. The concentration of pollution is highest at the left fault. Tethys's voice came again, this time with a hint of almost imperceptible approval. Your perception is very precise. Dacrya began her work. Her authority of purifying water spread out like a massive filter, but this time her operation was more subtle. Instead of crude separation, she guided the toxins to converge and concentrate along specific paths, finally using her authority over steam to evaporate and purify them all at once. The efficiency of the entire process was more than 3 times higher than before. When she finished, the waters regained their clarity, and she sealed the fractured seabed with reshaped coral and rock. Not just sealing it, but weaving a faint, growth guidance, law into the seams. Over the next century, the coral here would grow naturally, completely masking the traces of the trauma. Tethys's divine sense swept over the repaired area, lingering for a moment. Excellent work, the ocean goddess evaluated, her tone flat but her comments specific. Especially your application of the law of growth. You have indeed grown a lot. This was almost the highest praise Tethys could give. Thank you for the praise, Dacrya replied humbly. It was the opportunity you gave me that allowed me to practice what I have learned. A brief silence followed. Then Tethys said, the water veins on the northern coast of Crete may have been affected. If you have the strength to spare, you may check them on your way. May, another key word. A suggestion, not a command. Dacrya bowed her head to accept the task, but in her heart, she clearly sensed this subtle shift in attitude. Tethys's perception of her had upgraded from a useful tool to a colleague worthy of collaboration. This was the respect brought by intermediate divine power, as well as proof that her ability to weave laws had been recognized. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.